we good to go? Hi. Hello, everyone. Let me get the names before I forget them. Hi, McQueen. Welcome, D-Cat. Hi, Chum. And, okay, yeah. And hi, Escobar. Welcome all. Welcome to stream. And let me go ahead and make sure that timer is going. That is 5 minutes. There we go. Okay. Saying that, yeah, Alphabet, and I had to do a bit of testing, and then some more testing for getting chat to work on stream, but I think, see, LMNOP, it should work, yeah, there we go. Fingers crossed it doesn't break, but I tried, an attempt was made. As for what you said, McQueen, about after this, the only thing missing is the ray tracing, nope, we did that last stream, thankfully. The thing is, I threw the whole idea of ray tracing away. It didn't work. It wasn't nice. I didn't like the way it felt. So I just tossed it. It's been tossed. So thankfully, we don't have to worry about it. The ray tracing was meant to detect whenever whenever the ghosts hit the wall. But since we developed a new way for the ghost to move, we don't need the ray tracing. Thankfully, unless there's some sort of creature we come up with that will need ray tracing. But thankfully, we don't have to worry about that animation's movement or anything like that. We just randomize the spot and set spots and it works. Thankfully. But this week, what was it? Oh, you're so well versed in the alphabet, good job. Thanks, I try. It takes me a second. I can't just say the alphabet mid-alphabet. Gotta go through it in my mind. But I'm glad you're all here, and I'm thank you for joining. And like 30 minutes left. How have you been? How's your week been? What have you been up to? I tried to get as much as I could done this week for the prototype, and this is the result. I realized, I think Tuesday. Tuesday's when I make the schedule. I realized Tuesday, this was like I think 8 p.m. that I was not going to be able to make or do today's stream, this rhythm tempo change, this week. So I just pushed everything to this weekend so we can do it on stream, as changing the rhythm, the tempo in the game dynamically, it's gonna take a second. And it's not something I can sit down for a day and spend a good few hours on like I could for the customer timer changes. I got that working, I'll show you that soon. And, okay, don't forget the middle part of LMNOP. Wait, oh, hold on, did I forget a letter? Hold, LMNOP. Okay, I did. Next was QRS. What is a funny song? Aside from that, and trying to figure out if I could get the prototype done, as that didn't happen. Aside from that, let's see, what did I get up to? I played some games. I'm currently in the process, there we go, not progress. Currently in the process of learning Japanese, so I had to, well, I didn't have to, but I learn best when I play games. I set my Minecraft up so that it was in Japanese, and I had to download a mod for translating it so I could understand it. Well, I've just been playing Minecraft. A bit of Minecraft, a bit of development, just trying to see what works, what doesn't, and thankfully I was able to get the time-lapse up as well for this week. Now I gotta work on next week's time-lapse, but things are going smoothly, things are going great. And hi Sputnik, welcome indeedy, and I feel like I'm looking funny. Don't you think so? Hold on, if I do this, there, now I'm looking at you. You can't hide now. It looks like a, maybe some of this, or, there we go, that kind of helps. Kinda, sorta. I think I'm good to go. Let me move this. Just popping by to say hello, thank you. I hope your day goes wonderful. I always, just even if you're popping by, it's always fun to see a familiar face. Saying all of that, I'm thinking, let's see, Minecraft, check. I did do my coffee, I got a new coffee flavor. It's supposed to have more caffeine in it. We'll see. I'm pretty immune to caffeine. Unfortunately, I don't get that coffee buzz, but truthfully, I don't think I need that coffee buzz. Usually, I am the coffee buzz. Because this coffee is just here to make me feel productive. That's all it's here to do. Doesn't give me extra energy, but when I drink it, I feel like I'm doing something. And you gotta set yourself in the mood. 14, oh no, hold on, let me check. It's not YouTube acting up, it's Twitch. And if it's not Twitch, it's always something else. Let me double check and see. I don't think it's in that poor state, but maybe not. Let me click and see. Okay, it does. Mine is saying HD, but I feel like it does lie from time to time. I don't trust it. Not alone anymore. With all of that said, though, we have timer up, which means we get right into things. Today it's going to be a lot of writing, a lot of thinking, and a lot of process creating as we go back through previous code and update it. I'll tell you a big problem I ran into in a bit, but first let's go to this screen. Today's plans are as followed. Wi-Fi for oh no! You know, I'm telling you, I think it is mostly, or at least 75% of the time, just YouTube doing YouTube things. That's what it feels like. Today's plans are as followed, though. We do the pitch, we do the plan, we do the program. This is a 3-step solution that can solve any problem. As for what dynamic tempo is, first I'll do the pitch and then I'll explain the current issue and dilemma we have at the moment. In the middle of a tundra, I see. You know, that would explain it. But just a smidge. I hope you stay safe, though. Okay. I will bring you back to here. I will be right back. I'll go get suitable for the occasion. Okay, we're good to go. I can never tell. Okay. It would be, let's see. Let me do this. Yeah, you saw nothing. So, it would appear you seem to be at transition screens, and the way you try to organize the stream is pretty nice, thank you! Like you can see, sometimes things don't go as planned. So it would appear, thank you, that you are stuck at an elevator, and the elevators are either not working properly at the moment, or maybe you're just standing and they're all full, so you're standing to the side. But you know what? That's okay. I'm here to solve your solution of boredom, and I'm also here to pitch you my game. That game happens to me. Now I put it on the screen. Oh, okay. I got a notification something went disconnected. We're good. Here. Necrotype Cafe, a game I am currently developing and plan to hopefully release at the end of this year. With how things are going, though, I'll be honest. That might not happen, but we're gonna try. This is a segment I like to do at the beginning of my stream. Yes, this is a segment I like to do at the beginning of my stream where I spend 1 minute attempting to pitch my game to you. It serves as both an exercise for me to get better at explaining what my game is, as well as to introduce people who may have not seen my game before or seen these streams, so it kind of gets everyone up to speed, up to date on what's currently going. We're outside the elevator, thankfully. Oh man, no, you're in the hallway. With all that said, I will put on that timer, and we'll see if I can pitch my idea to you and get you invested. I'm sure this is a very business-like office, and speaking of business, I'm missing something. Oh, hold on. I'm missing something. That! Hold on! No! There we go! I am now suited for the business occasion. Alrighty, 1 minute and we start. Internet's not interneting enough. Have a good one. Thank you for coming, Sputnik. Hopefully it gets sorted soon. Alrighty, 1 minute, here we go. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing game where you serve customers in a abandoned part of a school area in... Can I start over? I'm starting over. I make the rules. Okay. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe sim where you play as a necromancer, Gabriella, who but she goes to a prestigious academy college of wizards, and her parents sent her there to become a necromancer. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. She wants to become a baker. So she decides to, in a haunted area of the school, make a cafe where she can serve her fellow wizard customers and make a profit, hopefully by the end of the month, in hopes of saying, I can be a baker. People like my food. I don't need to become a necromancer. I can do my own thing. The game involves rhythm typing in the sense of that magic in this world is made by poems. So to create food and create orders for your customers, you have to type to the beat. And after you type to the beat, customers will be served. The idea behind it is that it's a mad dash back and forth between serving customers and also fighting off ghosts, which appear, and you have to banish ghosts, serve customers, type to the beat, type to the rhythm, and it is supposed to be this overall crazy game. And I think I have to lean more into the mechanics of the game in terms of selling it, so to speak. I think a lot of it comes down to, alright, I'm telling you the setting, and I'm also telling you how the game works, but I think I need to lean more into the working aspect. But I hope I sold you for what it's worth. And to those who aren't sold quite yet, let me open up the current game and show you what we have going on. So you can see we have been doing work. We haven't been slacking off. And now that business mode is over, let me go ahead and do this. I will bring you into, where are we on? The screen. Oh, I didn't transition. The screen! Here we are. With all that said and done, there is no need for business anymore. Now we are programmed. We live the lives of the programmers who don't see the light of day in a broom closet somewhere. Let me go ahead and no more suit and Bobby now. And before we get started, let me get some coffee. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. It is tasting good. That's good news. Not too sweet, not too bitter. Alrighty. Let me go ahead. Oh, where'd he go? There he is. Wonderful. I'll go ahead and click play. So I can show you what we currently have going on. And let me go ahead and mute this guy. I can then open up this here. Oops, wrong button. And here, make this a little bigger. And how are we audio-wise? We should be good to go. Wonderful. This is the current game, the current prototype. The goal of this stream is that we're trying to make the bare minimum of the game work so that I can test it, people can test it, people can play it, and then we flesh stuff out. For example, all these textures on the screen are just temporary, what's the word? It starts with a P, not prototype. I don't remember. But these are segmented to change, as is the sprite. But here is the abandoned cafe classroom. It's a classroom you found and you make into a cafe. It's like a lecture hall, so these are desks that students sit at to look at the teacher, and this is also where your tables will be. Here is your classroom, and here is the quote-unquote cafe. This is more of a back storage room the teacher would go into, hence the desk here. And this will be where you make your food and craft your spells in order to serve customers. Speaking of customers, let's get a customer down in here by this button. And what customers do is they will arrive here. You have to go up to the customer and seat them. Once they are seated, they then have to look over the menus and decide what they want to order. And another aspect, I guess, or mechanic of the game is that there's different wizards. For example, you have your necromancers, you have your pyromancers, you have your cryomancers. And each wizard class is associated with a flavor. For example, necromancer is associated with bitter, while cryomancers, your ice wizards, are associated with minty, and pyromancers are associated with spicy. So as the game goes on, you get more wizards coming to your place and you get more flavors unlocked. This wizard, for example, wants pink and purple, which stands for sweet and bitter, and that is the symbol of a cake. So they want a sweet, bitter cake. Now what we have to do is go on down to the cafe, or would it be kitchen. Let's call it a kitchen. We'd have to go to the kitchen aspect here, and then we'd have to do sweet, bitter cake. So sweet, bitter cake, like that. And then generate a spell, and we play the mini game. This is the rhythm typing aspect. A-G-E-N-E, THEFL. L-A-N-K, comma, H-A-R-S-H, comma, B-I-T-K-E-D, comma, B-R-Y-N-C, exclamation. There we go, and we get a cake. Sweet bitter cake. We pick it up, we serve it to the customer eats the cake, customer then waits for their order, or check, give them the check, they leave happy, which is great. It is the loop of the game. It's the restaurant with the typing. And one of the aspects we worked on last week was making ghosts, which are an enemy for the game. And I can go ahead and summon one of these guys. Here they are. They now follow the player. They are rotating around. They have a wander state and a follow state. They'll move idly between everything. And a cool aspect of ghosts, or not cool for you, but cool for the game, is that customers, when they're near ghosts, their timers, and I'm moving away from the ghost so it can wander, their timers go faster. And I could show this to you by spawning some customers. We'll go ahead and spawn and seat. You can see the customer changes color, signifying that they're changing their timer, but it only works when they're actually in the process this is moving. You can see they're ready to order, and look how fast that timer's going compared to another customer. That was one of the additions I wanted to add, and now that is a thing. They're ready to order, so I'll go ahead and grab that order, and you can see the two different timers. How number 2 is getting changed, and now you can see 1, how fast it's going compared to 2. Now it modifies it depending on where the ghost is, giving the player an incentive to want to banish the ghost since it's bad for business. Along with that, we now have the ability to banish ghosts, and we do that in memory. It is a new flavor for the ghost, and we can do memory cocoa. We can go ahead and generate. And let's go ahead and do B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, exclamation, which gives us our cocoa, which is memory flavored. And what we can do, as the customer's leaving, we can give it to the ghost, and the ghost disappears. So you have to serve both ghost and customers in this game. And what you might have noticed from the rhythm typing feeling is that the beat, the metronome, that tick sound that's going on. The goal of this stream is that we want to be able to change the speed that it goes dynamically. I want the ghost, when they appear, to change the way the game's played. Not only do they affect the customers around you, but because our main character, Gabriella, is afraid of ghosts, despite being a really good necromancer, I kind of want it to feel akin to maybe a heartbeat, and the way it gets faster, slower, the rhythm changes because she's afraid and she can sense their presence. So while the ghosts are in the environment, they change things up, which makes the player want to go back to normal by banishing the ghost. And what we can do here to show off, we have some songs, and you can hear how the metronome, or that tick sound, changes depending on the song. And I want to be able to change the song itself and its rate. This one's like 1, 2, 1, 2. Going back to this one, it's like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But what I can do currently in modifying the game, just to show you what I mean by tempo, is I can go here to the rhythm. It'll let me go ahead and add the music back while I'm looking. Where are we at? Customer manager, I think it's in here. No, it's not in customer manager. This is why. Ordering's important. Rhythm, here we go, spellcasting panel. Rhythm manager. And we can go ahead and do this guy. Break into him. This is right now how my music is created. It can go into, where are we at? Rhythm manager. Hold on. Rhythm manager. Maybe its own scene with its own stuff. This doesn't feel right. Should have more stuff in here. It's been a second since we've touched the rhythm manager, which is a bit unfortunate as it's outdated. And I always, well, I don't always, but I've been trying to set a standard of doing things in pieces. And I thought we were done with the rhythm typing, so we moved on to cafe. But because we weren't done with the rhythm typing, we now have to go back to rhythm typing. Which is a little bit sad. And maybe it's the metronome I'm thinking of. Nope. This is why documentation is also very nice in D&D. The rhythm manager should have... There we go. This is what I was looking for. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier, but this rhythm manager scene. For example, once we change the way pitch can be changed, allow customizing the tempo. This is normal tempo, and I'll go ahead and play it. That's normal. When we want to make it faster, it might sound something like this. Oh, I forgot to save. It might sound something like this. Oh, it's not fast. Hold on. If I do 2, surely, unless this is just gonna break, that is a possibility. There we go. You hear it. That's upping the tempo on how the player would have to type versus having to type possibly slower. So instead, what would it be? 0.5? Oh, I forgot to save. Save and play. Something like this. Which would be very agonizing and slow and make you want to banish that ghost. And I want to be able to do it from in-game so that we don't have to just modify it in the code. So that's the idea. We want to add a way to change it. And let me go ahead and reset it back to normal. You can see here as I turn this back on, each song has a BPM, beats per minute. This is tricky to figure out since I'm not musically inclined. But each has a BPM, and depending on the BPM, I set that rate to the song itself. This is where the music detects each beat and each tick. And from there, I try to determine the seconds per beat, dividing things, trying to figure out, okay, when is each beat playing in the song? And that's where the beats per minute come in. If I change the beats per minute up here, it changes the way the song works entirely. But thankfully, the nice part is whenever I change this, it also changes the metronome. So it doesn't, everything is connected. However, if we go back in here and we do scorekeeper, this is how I currently mark everything with scores. It is this little guy right here. Oh, there we go. This little guy right here, let me close that. And what the scorekeeper does is it's tracking every time a beat happens, and it's checking to see if you're hitting that beat. There is a maximum points, that's what this is. And each spell has a maximum point. So if I go ahead and go to spell, this is gonna be a lot of me trying to attempt to memorize, but points here. And I'll also be drawing it out in concept since it's a little bit easier for me to keep all my dots together. Okay, let me get some coffee. Go ahead and turn on my tablet. And we should be good to go once there. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, each spell, which are these guys here, spells, so many spells. Spells are poems. Spells are poems. EMS. And each have a character count. So I'll go ahead and write that as well. Char amount. AMOUNT. And depending on the char amount, that then determines max points. So max points. OINTS. That's how the current scoring system works. It takes the max amount or the points, and I'll go back into Godot so you can see. I should just screenshot it, truthfully. That's what I'll do. Go ahead and grab this guy, as trying to figure out what spell is will be helpful. And let's go back into concepts. Here we go. Now make this a little bit smaller. This is how spells work. And spells are just imported from a spell list, and I'll show you that as well. For these guys here, there is 4 verses to a spell, which is the flavor A, B, mixed result. Well, this here would be the maximum spell itself. Hence the boo 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 equals the spell. From there, what it does is it has to track each time a spell is, or not each time a beat happens. And to do that, we use, what are they called? Signals from Godot? Let me go ahead and as well, I can see just this red box. Okay. There is on scored and there's also on missed. And if we go ahead, we need to figure out where beats are being passed. So on beat here is where beats are happening. So on beat, we will print and have it show up here each time the beat, and this should happen every time the metronome is ticking. I can go ahead and find where I have some, what would it be? And I think it'd be in customer scene, this guy here, and grab here this color center, one of my favorites because it just makes everything colorful and I like colors. So we can go back into our scorekeeper here where everything's getting tracked, and we can print rich this and do that. And then what we can print here is past beats. Past beats. There, that should work. Oh, because it's an int, we need to make this into a string like this, like that. Yeah, now it's happy. Every time it ticks, it should happen. And I have this bigger screen to show. Oh, suppose it need to be bigger now, like, oops. Like, oh, unless it doesn't let me stretch, in which case, I'm just gonna copy you and paste you. And then I'm going to crop you like that. Make you small, and then make you bigger. To make things easier to see what's going on. Okay, with all that said, we should see the passing beats when I click play. We should start like 0, 1. Oh, because it counts. Hold on. It doesn't need to be passing beats. It needs to be, what does it need? Yeah, if I hide this, you'll see. If counting beats, passing beats. It only starts counting beats once the game starts. We need on beat. And that just needs to be unscored value. That's fine. What we can do is just have something down here and have it be just something we can check for. So current beat plus equal 1. And then up here we can have a var for current beat, counting beats, passing beats, current beat. And then we can grab that current beat, let us go all the way down here. Now it should update, as it only counts the beats if the game's going on. And I'm dying. Are we good? We're good. Okay. Let me go ahead and click play. Let's Godot wants to freeze. I'll give it a second to think about its actions while I get some coffee. Okay. Godot's still angry. See if I can save. It'll let me. Oh, there we go. Took a second, but you should be able to see how the beats pass now. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is how we count the beats. And then every time the player is able to hit on beat, and let me hit this again. Every time the player is able to hit on beat, it counts as a point. And the way this game works is that there's a max points, which I talked about earlier for a spell. So it takes the times you were able to hit on beat, does some math, and figures out your overall total score. Let me go ahead and toss this here. The issue I was struggling to figure out is that the beats change dynamically. So does that... Yes, maybe. That's the thing. I couldn't figure it out on my own. Or at least in an afternoon. So I just set it aside for later. The idea is that... every time the metronome ticks, what I'm wondering is my game currently set so that... where are we at? Okay. A lot of thoughts here. Let me try to explain it by showing something on screen. What am I trying to show? Okay, I know. It takes a temporary opening so I can show you. But give me a second to open it. And then hopefully, what is it called? I'm trying to think of a rhythm game. Like, oh, I know. Let's go to YouTube. One that was good was the step game. It was from Nintendo. Oh, maybe we shouldn't do Nintendo. Rhythm game. Soon. Shapes and Bops. shapes and bops. There we go. Something along the lines of that is what the game was. Rhythm game. How was it spelled? Bits and bops. Bits and bops. Bits and bops. Playthrough. THROUGH. No. There we go. And the idea behind most rhythm games is that you should be able to play it without looking at the screen, which I like. It has a auditory changer to hopefully help in the sense of you don't have to look at the screen, you just have to hear the rhythm. And a fun part of rhythm games is that often they will mess your head up, and that you're seeing something and you're relying on your eyes so much so you just get confused. Let me go ahead and move you over here to if it shall let me. Here. And hopefully you should be able to hear this. You cannot. Let me bring you back to Godot. Transition. And it's going to be a lot of experimenting. I can say that for certain. Go ahead and close you. Add a new browser. Where are we at? No capture. Like do this. Browser. Create. Go ahead and make it that one. Capture audio. Audio should hopefully be working now. I make this small, like this. Then I just have to do little adjustments here and there to hopefully make things a little bit easier to understand. Like this. Oh, hold on. There. And like that. And then we can go ahead and move this guy behind, like so. Oh, hold on. Like that. Now we transition. This should hopefully work well. Work now. And if I click play, you should be able to hear it. No, you can't. How awful. Okay. Can we do this? Okay, I have a new idea. Because I do want you to hear the example. It makes it a lot easier to explain. I'll do this. Hi, Moo. Welcome to stream. welcome back. Welcome to things not working. As it always seems to be the case, but aside from that, things are going lovely. I hope you're doing well. Alright, what I'll do then is go to you here, go to this scene, grab, where are we at? Okay, we'll go back to here then. Trying to figure out audio. Always something, if not one thing. And then I can go ahead and do that, I think. And then this. So now maybe you can hear it. Let me click play to give it a go. I'm not seeing it being played. Okay. In that case, I'm telling you, this is work in progress. Let's see. If I do this then, go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do. Grab you. See. Does this work now? We have this guy here. No. Wait. Okay. I'm not sure how to get the audio captured. Maybe what I can do instead then, if I go into my settings and go into oh, I can't change any of this. Never mind. Okay. You'll just have to leave me then. But there's certain sound cues that play compared when you have to. Okay, yeah, I do need to get the audio working. It's important, imperative to my point. Let's see. And I'm glad to hear you're doing all right, Moo. That's such a fun name to say. We'll never not take an opportunity to say it. It's so fun. Let's see, application audio. Take you. Capture audio sessions. Okay. So all audio except from okay. Try to do that. And then slide this guy over. The issue is I'm not seeing it pop up. And that's what's confusing me. But that's okay. There's a sound that plays when you have to prompt, how you can see the buttons. And then there's different ones that play depending on. And I'm trying to think, how can I get this working since it's not wanting to act properly? Maybe I can do this, and then this. Oh, oh, never mind. It's working now. No. Okay. That's okay, it doesn't want to work today, and that's a-okay. There's a certain sound that plays to tell you when a different cue is coming up. And it updates, you can see how there's bubbles. Well, you don't want to see the bubbles, but you see how he's moving, and yet the beat's still going on. You can't hear the beat, but it changes. And it also happens when you do other rhythm games. There's this certain cue that I keep saying happens. Here, let me try to do a better example. I think I do have it up here. Since it doesn't want to cooperate, we're going to make it cooperate. Let me open this. They can't stop me if I'm one step ahead. As I think this is a really important point in rhythm games. And while this isn't specifically the typical rhythm game, I would like to take portions of rhythm games to help further the feel of it. Let me go ahead and Don't want full screen. Oh, there we go. And then make this a little bit smaller. Oh, unless it won't let me. There we go. And if I go here into try to emulate the sound with your voice since it doesn't want to work. Oh, that's a good point. If I trying to see. I do. If this doesn't work, I'll do that idea. That would be a lot easier. This. Go ahead and do. There. Does this work? Can you hear it? Looks like you can hear it. Ha! I beat it. I just opened the game. I had it installed. Alright. Now I can show you. I'll turn this down. Here we go. Okay. Now you can hear, now you can see. Let me turn this up a bit. Easy peasy. Okay. We'll do the one I was talking about. And won't skip the tutorial. This tutorial is what I want to talk about. Listen to these sound cues, and I want to make some sort of sound cue happen when we change the tempo, so it doesn't change or surprise the player when they least expect it, as if it went from fast, slow, without telling the player that it's about to change. It wouldn't feel fair to the player. Alright. I'm waiting for the audio cue. That's the audio cue, the bubbles. And instead what we have is a metronome, so it has a constant sound, but we have to, the point is to dynamically change it, so we want to go back and forth between slow, fast, medium, slow, fast, medium. And that's the tricky part. We need to figure out a way to transition between those instead of changing it instantly. And this is the second audio cue. Let's see what'll do it. It takes very long, doesn't it? Oh! That's 3! 1. And that's how the rhythm game works, where different audio cues. And let me see if I can skip it just to show the overall feel. So you're going from single to multiple, single to multiple. But you can tell without even looking at it, because I can just hear it. But because the game is a typing game, it doesn't work that way. We have to see what's on screen. But because you can hear it, you know what's coming up next. So it feels nice when you hit it because there's no surprise. And I want to have that feeling happen. Okay. Rhythm games are great. But good news is, I was able to show it. Took a second, but when in doubt, just pull the game up. And that works. And the game you're working on increases the intensity of the music when a mechanic's coming up. Ooh, I do like that idea. Let's go ahead and do... Where are we at? That sounds nice. I definitely want the environment to feel different, since you can have some sort of ghost sense that ghosts are in the area, and that's why it changes her whole typing feel. Okay, let's go back into here, but I do like that idea. And then, yeah, the intensity. It's like making a boss fight for a battle in having readable attacks for the boss so that the player doesn't feel like they've been cheated when the boss attacks out of nowhere. And let me turn my tablet back on. And it'll let me. We go from being normal, normal, M-A-L, normal, to then fast, to then slow, then working on a boss rush. How did I know? But that sounds fun. I always like fast battle feeling mini games. I hope it goes well. Normal, fast, and slow. Slow, like this, and then arrows, pointing to each. We need to create some sort of transition to tell the player what's coming up next, and we also need a way to have something that's coming up next. And oh, okay, to read that. Just the example you mentioned, I see. Yeah, it's something that, while happens most often, it's a tried and true method, and it also feels nice to the player. Even things like when you code it so that if you jump before you hit the ground, it still counts as a jump. Just things that feel nice. We need a way to, that's what I'm thinking as well. Counting beats, I think, will have to be paused as we change and update, or give some sort of warning. We need a update sound, a sort of warning sound, or transition sound. I think that's a little bit better. Transition sound. There we go. We need some sort of transition sound to tell the player it's about to change beat. And depending on the transition sound, we do it a little bit differently. Let's say, I don't know if I'd be able to pull it up, but I'm also playing a rhythm game currently called Rhythm Doctor, which has a nice change. For example, when it's a medium beat or normal beat, it's, how does it work? It's like bum bum, or I'm gonna be thinking something else, but there's a difference between doing bum bum and bum 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 to show the different change in speed and race. And I'm thinking it's probably a rally. I think that's the one I'm thinking of, but even that one, it goes bum bum to change to a different one, and then do do do. So it's going from bum bum to do do do. Making a lot of sounds here, but it's fun. I definitely like it. It excites you, or at least it excites me when it's changing dynamically. And that's what I want to do. I want to have a transition sound that plays to tell the player we're switching to normal, we're switching to fast, we're switching to slow. There we go. With all of that said, let's start out with just having some sort of way to play a sound. Let's go ahead. Now how can we do this? Oh, don't save that one. Okay, I will bring you into this program called Eagle. That's a good start. Eagle's a program I've been using. I talked about it the other day, but it's a program I'm using to keep track of my audio and images as well. This is my audio database where I keep a lot of, and hopefully it's not too loud. Is it too loud? Oh, okay. Let me mute this for a second. It's nice because I don't have to deal with folders and files on my computer, and I can also just hover over audio to tell what's going on instead of just guessing and having to open files and close files. We need to choose a transition sound for medium, a transition sound for slow, and a transition sound for fast. And then I'm thinking we just play that, and then once that sound's done, then we update the way beats are counted in hopes of making it feel smooth. This is all music. Let's head into my sound effects area here. And in sound effects, let's see, we have some button sound effects. I feel like it needs to be very bold. You need to be able to hear it. Let's see. We go down here, expecting me to pull up a music making software. I have no idea how to make music. That comes later once we figure out. These are more so just temporary to feel, but no, I don't know how to even start making music. I know there's some sound effects makers out there, but these are kind of easier to listen to see what I can feel better than trying to make it. They're nice to have. Let's see. We need a change in... Okay, to do that. Let's see. These are all back, I'm thinking. Back tones, confirmed tones. How about this one? We need some way to show fast, slow, slow, fast. So maybe we can have one sound, and depending on the sound change or sound update. Just trying to think in terms. And hi, Laloon. I don't think I've seen that name before. Welcome to stream. Welcome to choosing out sounds for rhythm changing and updates. And I'm looking for a certain one I'm thinking. Oh, that's pretty good. Something that you can tell. How about that for slow? I think that could be good for slow. So I'll go ahead and save it here. And let me open up Godot so I can save it. So we have one for slow, we need one for medium, we also need one for fast. As I think that one's a good slow. It lets you know it's long enough to tell you slow's coming up. And let me go ahead and see about changing or moving. And I have customers selected. Let's go ahead into here. And then you need to close that, reopen that, rhythm manager. Okay, here we go. This is good. And then I'll go ahead and just drag this guy. Oh, it'll let me. Drag him into the program. If it goes here, you go here. Oops. You go here. And then I drag you here. Oh. Drag in. Wonderful. Okay. What else do we have? We have a slow, we need a fast and a medium. That could be fast. Maybe. Let's see. What is the program you're using for organizing sounds? It is called Eagle. It is paid. It was either $20 or $30. However, there is one in the making called Tag Studio, I believe. Let me double check that. That's being made by a software developer, which is free. Tag Studio. Let's see. Is that the name? Yeah. If this is interesting, you might find Tag Studio neat, and I'll put that in there. But this one's called Eagle, like the bird. And I like it just because I can hover over it instead of having to open things and close them and hearing them. Let's see. Maybe this one for fast. And then we need something for normal. And these are just temporary. We just need something to tell for now, and then we can come back later. I hope it works for you. Let's see. Something normal. No. Let's see. Music bee? Ooh, I have not heard of that one. Let me save that one. Music bee. Eagle saves everything, so it's not just audio, but I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Yeah, music manager. I also use this to save sprites, so it's an all-in-one for both audio and visual. That definitely sounds interesting. We'll look into that. See, oh, I don't have notifications at the moment, so I can't see it, but I can. Hold on. I can do something else. As I heard that sound. Jonathan Belanger, is that how you say it? Thank you. Welcome to stream. Let's see. So something transitioning to normal. Maybe. Something that's a little long. So something. Maybe like that. That could work. I feel like those three sounds are different enough that they can work. Question is, this one works, I think. To say, hey, we're transitioning, we're moving, pace. You need to update yourself, we're moving. And I'll go ahead and put the music back on. And then we can go back into Godot. Reopen. Music B does sound, Music B. I wish I would have found that one sooner. I know, at least, especially when I'm trying to do sprites and organize sprites. That's another reason. But Tag Studio is one that's coming up that will have the ability for both images and audio. Any file you need, which will be nice. I'm a very visual learner. Let's see. Okay. When here, we should have all three audios. Where'd you? Oh no. Where did I select it to go? Oh boy, it's here somewhere. It did say it imported. But where? It should have gone into here, but it did not go into here. Let's see, sort by type, last modified, first modified. Huh. It went somewhere. What was it called again? Let me check. It was called power down. Ah, it went to scene and script apparently in customer. Lovely. Here we are. Here are all of our three sounds. We have this sound. That was for slowing down, I think. So let's change that to slow, tempo, tempo, slow. Then we have this one, which I think was making it faster. Yep, tempo, speed up. Let's just do rename tempo, tempo, fast. And then we have this one for tempo, normal. Go ahead and rename that. Rename tempo, normal. The idea here is that the tempo it stops counting beats for a second to update the tempo. And if we go back into concepts and I get some coffee. There we go. Each time it's going back and forth, that's when the transition sound changes. But I think we have a chance for the transition to occur. And then, let me write this down as well to help me remember. You might start off on normal. Then if a ghost appears, transition changes to maybe slow. And during that, that's when you have that sound changing. But there's some sort of tester, maybe a randomizer, depending on the level or something else, where maybe transitions happen more often if you have more ghosts, or maybe they are less often or less frequent, or maybe there's a secret level where it's just ghosts you have to serve and not customers. It's a lot of ideas out there. Okay, what we need to happen is a way to say or send out a signal to, and I put my pen down, I don't know why, but we need to send out a signal to change transition. Change tempo. A-N-G-E, tempo. E-E-M-P-O. Okay. Now as for how to do that or how it should happen, for now, let's just do it in the cafe, since I already have these debug buttons here. And we'll just have a button that I can press that says change tempo. I'll go ahead and just do that. And change tempo button. There we go. And I'll also do it here. Oops. Here as well. Change tempo. Tempo. There we go. And oh, tempo. Tempo. There we go. Wondering where that P came into the picture at. Okay. And then we go ahead and disconnect this button. Disconnect. And we go ahead and reconnect to our cafe. And then what we want to happen on this button change, for right now at least, is we want to just have a toggle on and off. Right now we don't want to add the transition, we just want to make sure it can be modified. And I think we'll be okay if we just stop counting beats and start counting beats again, since counting beats is what lets us score. If we just pause counting to transition and then return to counting once that sound ends, I think possibly we'll be okay. We'll see. So on change button rhythm, and I'll also go in here into our scorekeeper and grab this guy in, where'd we go? Oh, is it in? Oh, okay, it is in here. Gonna copy you and move you back over to here. I like my, I liked my colors. We'll go down here, and on change button tempo pressed, we can go ahead and say tempo, oops, tempo to fast. And for that one, let's do line. And then for this one, we can also do slow, and we'll make this crimson, one of my favorite ones, tempo to slow. And then, okay, what we need to do here is do utility and make a new signal dot change tempo, change underscore tempo, tempo, and then dot emit. And I think that works, and we can just grab these guys. We only need this guy here. And then in our utility, you can go ahead and grab this guy here. And this is for customers, this is for cafes, this is for spellcasting. We'll go ahead and add the signal here. Signal, change, tempo, tempo. And that adds that signal there. And then we go back into Rhythm Manager. And this is the guy that's going to be receiving that tempo change. And for right now, what we can do is have an enum for tempo, tempo. And there is fast, there is normal, or let's start slow. Slow for below, there's normal, And then there's fast. Like that, I think. Then from there, we can connect. And let's see. This is process, repeating beat, change song. Let's just do the function down here. Grab all of you and do a func for update tempo. All right, let's just make it change tempo. Since it's already changed tempo, we can change the name later if need be. But for now, change tempo. Tempo. And let's go ahead and do that. And then what we can do is change tempo emit. We go up here in our ready function right here, and we go ahead and have utility.changeTempo.connect. So it connects to our change tempo that's down there, which is _change tempo, and we get rid of these guys. Now when that function happens, it's going to emit, and then it's going to connect, and it's going to go here, and then we have change tempo. And what we need to do is have a current tempo. And underneath our tempo, we can just have a bar for current tempo and set it to tempo equals tempo.normal. There we go. So we have a way to keep track of what our tempo is currently. And then what we can do is have if, or I guess what should just be okay right now is match current tempo. And then if it's tempo dot normal pass, and it's tempo dot slow, or let's do fast. I'm a fan of fast and pass. There we go. Fast, and instead of that one, we'll do normal. And for that one, let's do brown. Brown. And then here, we do that in here. And then here, we change the tempo to normal. Or if it's normal, we swap it. So we're just swapping them. And is this the Witchy Cafe game? Nope. The Witchy Cafe is a rhythm typing game. This is the initial start of making the game was focusing on the rhythm typing, but we come back to rhythm typing. Witchy Cafe games. Hi, Dungeons and Determinations. Welcome back. No, this is all in one. This is a cafe sim as well as being a rhythm typing game. To serve customers, you must do rhythm typing. So we're updating this rhythm typing portion of the game to better help with the gameplay of the cafe. So they go hand in hand. It's two different genres I'm trying to mix together. Really three. I don't see too many typing rhythm games, but I have seen some. And Godot froze for a second, so I'm going to let it relieve itself while I get some water. And so I do that every time Godot freezes. A nice way to stay hydrated. Yep. I'm hoping it's fun. That's one of the reasons I also want to release the prototype as soon as I can to see if these elements can play with each other well. Right now I have the rhythm portion of the game up on itch, but not the cafe portion. So I want to get the customers and the ghosts working and then put it on itch to make sure these go together. If not, what do I need to tweak? What do I need to change? For example, maybe changing tempo won't be fun, but I want to add it just to see. And that's what I do like about prototypes, is that it is the free real estate of it. You get to do whatever you want and see what works, see what doesn't. And saying all of that, we have our current tempo. If it's normal, we need to change our current tempo to tempo.fast. We'll just grab this guy here. And if our current tempo is fast, we change it to normal. Tempo.normal. And with all of that said, what we can then also do is we need to take the music player. I don't know, do I call it music player? That's what I'm wondering. Music player. Music player. I do call it music player. Perfect. Okay. Music player dot pitch scale equals 1.5. Let's see if that works. And then if it's fast, we change it back to 1. 1. Like that. Okay. Let's see if it works. Thank you. Fingers crossed. Things have been going okay so far. Which is thankful. I'm thankful for the fact. Alright. And then let's open up the game. Alright. So when I change this, the tempo should modify itself. I'll make the game a little bit smaller so you can Hopefully, well, I guess, what can I do? I'll move this guy. Well, you don't really need to see it. You really just need to see this. You can keep track of the beats. All right, let's go ahead and do change tempo. Okay. That seems to be working. 1, 2, 6, go. And change. I think it's working. I might not have to remove as much code as I thought, as it seems to be able to handle dynamic changes. It just speeds it up. What we need now is that transition, but I don't know, I'm surprised. I am shocked, I will say that, but this is cool. I definitely think it needs to be not 1.5, but that's always something we can change. For example, maybe 1.2 instead, or 1.3, so it's not as painful to go back and forth between, but that's really neat. Wow. That's as I say as Godot closes, but it's okay. It's working. Far better than I thought. I thought we'd have to modify with other portions of the code, but that might not be the case, as it only tracks when we say it needs to track. So we just need to say, stop tracking for a second to give the player some time to recover, and then we should be good. Okay. Saying all of that, I just want to see about the change in tempo. If I go ahead and change it, I think that's a little better. The issue is going to be because it gets high-pitched, so I'm not sure how we're going to modify that, but overall, pitch is working, tempo's working. That's good news. I'll go ahead and hide that. Get some coffee. Okay. Working or changing between the tempos works. Now we need a way to transition. Right now it happens instantly, so we need to play the audios depending on the transition. Or do... What do you mean? Or do I use something else? Could you elaborate a little bit on that? I'm a little bit perplexed. I don't think I missed anything, but I know YouTube sometimes messes up with sending messages. Here, I can check. Nope. I think, I don't know. But could you elaborate a little bit, Dungeons and Determinations? Okay. With all of that said, what we can now do as well is we can come up here and this really does need to be changed. What I need to do is have what is it? Audio stream, preload. That can be updated later. Well, this can be turned into a dictionary, 100%. Or do I do a dictionary? I do. I do like a double dictionary here, but maybe I do have to do that. I don't know. What we need to do is have a tempo dictionary. I'll go ahead down here, and we need to have a var tempo. Yeah, var tempo dic, like that, and oh, okay, it did reconnect. We're good. And let's see, your message before that didn't send. Oh, I see. Okay. And sometimes it's all over the place. It is not the best experience. It always seems to be, at least YouTube-wise. And since Godot froze, what a break. And let's see. Alrighty, Godot. Am I gonna do something? I don't want to do something if I need to. Let's see. Nope. I still see the or you do something else, unfortunately. And Godot's not working, so let me close it. Nope, I just see or do you use something else. I can't see what happens before that. Are you opening Godot? Bum bum. And what do we get? Is now is your time to shine, Godot. For all the ones who said you couldn't do it, but I believe. var tempo, and let's see. This is a dictionary. Yeah, I'm only seeing the second one. Var tempo dictionary, and then I think I do. Oh, I see it there. Equals like that, and then what we do is have tempo dot slow, and then what that equals is a load, or would it be preload? I can check my items to see. And my item here, oh, okay, it's load. So I'm not sure the difference between load and preload. I'm sure I'll find out soon enough. So tempo.slow, load. And what are we loading? We are loading, and I think I can just do fast, or will it let me? Nope. Okay, we have to go back down into our spellcasting. All this cafe stuff could be closed. And then all of the common stuff. We're working spellcasting today. And oh, I think it's still in. I think it's still in customers. Hold on, entity, customer, assets, resource, fast. It's still in scene script. I see. Here we are. All these guys have to get moved down to spellcasting. Move you down. There we go. Underneath the proper one. Oh, now it's under user input. We want it under rhythm manager. There we go. Okay. Did that post? Nope, it didn't. Huh. No, I don't see it, unfortunately. You think preloads loads the scene into memory when the game starts? Ah, interesting. So what does load do? Load it during? Is that the difference? That is interesting, though. Thank you for that information. It is definitely fun always learning something new. You take the tempo load, you in here. Oh, it says preload, so I guess I do listen here and just do that. Is that what you want? I could listen. Yeah, okay. And we do this 2 more times with slow, slow, normal, and fast. Slow. This would be normal, and this would be fast. Do you upload your games on it? Yes, I do. Yes, indeed. I do indeed. You're on YouTube, so in the description should be my itch link, which should bring you to all of my games I've made currently. I've only made 2 games in Godot so far, so this is my... Oh, there we go. Load would load it only when the code executes it. Huh. But if it is a part of the scene, shouldn't it load it with the scene? For example, this is the rhythm manager, so when the scene loads, such as the cafe, because the cafe has a rhythm manager, doesn't it load it with it? Or does it load it when the whole game opens? I feel like, I don't know, the order of execution definitely matters. There's a difference between load and preload. What the difference is, though, I'm not too sure. We have this tempo ticked, and then we need a metronome tick, and we also need a transition player. Oh, it would be an audio thing. Audio stream player, create, and you shall be our transition player. There we go. And we already have, this is an audio stream, right? Audio stream player, got ya. Well, I'll just go ahead and grab you. Transition player. Move you in there. Now we have you. Wonderful. Now let's see. Or do you try to get them on Steam? This one I hope to put on Steam. I've only made 2 games, 2 big games at least. Well, big games. I've made a mini game for my first game, which was made in 24 hours, I say yes. Godot freezes, so I'm gonna take a water break. And this will be my second game made in Godot, and I hope to put it on Steam. Oh, Godot, are we good to go? Never mind. I don't need to grab my water. Wonderful. Cool. Okay, so saying all of that, we can go ahead and get our transition player. And what I want to have happen is, at least for now, let's play the current tempo. We go down here, and transition player dot play. Oh, okay. We have to set the music, I'm guessing. Yeah, transition player dot stream, like this. Stream equals, and then we do tempo, and then we do current tempo, like that. Should work? Like that, okay. And then load if for hot load. Preload is a constant. Ah, I see. Got ya. That makes sense. And welcome to stream, Master Sujo. Is that how you say it? Don't think I've seen that name before. Hi. That makes a lot of sense, though. Transition player dot stream, and then playing autoplay. We don't want autoplay. Node calls play when entering the tree. What we want to do as well is have a finished. We'll go ahead and add that. So we can also say transition finished. Transition, now transitioning. That's what it should say. Now transitioning. There we go. And let's make this, how about orange? A lot of colors here. And then, okay. It'll play, and then it should print transition play dot play. And what we also want to happen is to pause and play the like, what's the word? What I want to happen in here is that when we change the tempo, or when the tempo changes, we start the transition player. Once the transition player ends, we do other things. So truthfully, what should happen is something like this. Tempo is changed, then we start the transition player. Once the transition player finishes, then we play the next one. I think is how it goes. However, we do run into an issue of it plays the current one, which we don't want. So how can we do that? I don't think we can at the moment, as once the transition player finishes, then we go to everything else. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And let me go back into concepts to hopefully better explain if I go here. Okay, what I want to happen is, we say we want to change tempos. Once we say change tempos, we play the transition player. Transition, T-I-O-N player. Then once that finishes, E-R, once it ends, so we'll go ahead and just do on end, transition, A-N-S-I-T-I-O-N. However, during this transition player, other stuff happens, such as if I go down here, for example, we want to stop counting beats, stop counting, U-N-T-I-N-G, beats, A-T-S. We want to stop counting beats. We also, and can't even read that, looks like coding. Stop counting, U-N-T-I-N-G. There we go. We want to stop counting beats, and we also want to mute the metronome. Mute. M-E-T-R-O-N-O-M-E. There we go. That's two things we want to happen. And check for what animation was playing. Oh, okay. Never mind. If it's a never mind, sure. Okay. So in saying all of that, that's how I want the flow to go. When we change the tempo, the transition player starts, so it plays that sound. Once that sound is, as it's playing, we stop everything else. Once it's done playing, then we continue everything else. So it's kind of a pause in the flow to make sure the player understands, I am transitioning now. On end transition. Okay. In saying all of that, we need to have a way to say updating. And we'll go ahead and go back into Godot. So what I think needs to happen is we change the transition here and here. For example, we start off with updating it, and we can change this later as well, as we'll probably take a tempo to change it to. But for right now, it's just these two. Match current tempo, and we can definitely tweak this later, but for now, let's just do this. And that. And then match current tempo. Oh, this needs to be tabbed like that. Isn't that right? I got it right. Wonderful. And then we can go ahead and do this and this. So if the current tempo is normal, we do that. The current tempo is fast, we do that. We also need to mute metronome and stop tracking points. And then once we do that, once the transition player finishes, we start tracking again, and we unmute metronome. Mute metronome, unmute, and start tracking again. Start tracking points. So I'm guessing we're going to need some sort of signal. I'll go ahead and go to our utility. Since our points are, tracking happens in the scorekeeper, it keeps score of everything. So we go ahead and add, for spellcasting, signal, sig, S-I-G-N-A-O. Well, I mean, pause casting. Pause game also works. I also have that. But pause game, I think, also pauses the whole game. Let's double check. This is the current build I have on my itch. If I go to main menu, it should work. And my main menu scene. If I go ahead and run it. Oh, well. First do that. Now I try running it. Oh, this is the main menu button. Never mind, we need the main menu scene. This guy. Wonderful. Okay, now I click play. Okay, and if I go ahead and show you here, when the game is paused, as this is the game, or the rhythm aspect of it, when I click escape, it should stop tracking. It should, as pause game happens, and then we unpause game. But we don't want to pause the game. That's a completely different thing. As in the game, you should be able to pause it. We just want to pause tracking. Let me go ahead and close. So we don't want to use that signal. We want to make a new signal. That's what I'm realizing. So signal, pause, for tracking. And then we need a signal for resume score tracking. Like that. And then we'll go ahead and grab YouTube. We'll go back to our scorekeeper here. And right now, how we have tracking on is if we see tracking, if counting beats. And counting beats can be turned on and off. So pause tracking, start tracking. Apparently I do have that as well. But these are different signals. These signals do different things. So we don't want to emit the same signals. And oh, I heard something, I can't see it, but it's okay. I have a different tab open. This Nepal love? Is that how you say it? Welcome to YouTube. And hi, welcome to stream. Let's see. We have pause and continue. And that is what this is, right? Pause and start. Pause tracking, start tracking. We'll just take this pause tracking and we'll also take our start tracking. Where's that one at? Start tracking. Wonderful. And we'll just go ahead and copy you guys, as these are two different signals. We need a signal for the game mode or the rhythm, and we also need it to keep track of when we want to do it for options menu, pause menu. They go to the same function, but they're different signals. So different things can happen depending on it. But they connect to the same function, which I didn't know you could do, and it's pretty neat. We don't have to duplicate this. We just have to say, if this signal happens, do this as well, instead of do that you did before, but do it again. So it's nice. With all of that said, though, we can go back into our utility. Where are we at? Utility. Hello, utility. We have pause and resume. I'll go ahead and save that. We don't need customer. We don't need main menu. We go back into our rhythm manager now. And what we can do is go ahead and stop that tracking points. What we can do is say for our pause, utility.emit. Pause tracking, score tracking.emit. There we go. To say, hey, pause that tracking. And then here what we can say is, unless Godot freezes, in which case, water break. Water is lovely. I feel like I don't drink enough water unless I'm trying to program on a Godot day. And I also get some coffee, but Godot doesn't shaping up. We're closing and reopening. Oh, it did. Wonderful. I guess no coffee then. We can go ahead and say utility.pause. But here, when we want to start again, we can go ahead and say utility.resume. That should work. And then what we need to do is mute and unmute the metronome. Shouldn't be too tricky, fingers crossed. Current tempo, normal. If our current tempo is fast, we switch to fast. That's what we want. And if our current tempo is normal, I think that works. We might have to swap it, but if our current tempo is fast, we speed up. If our current tempo is normal, we go to normal. And our normal to fast, fast to normal. This should work, I believe. And then we just need to mute the metronome. And the good news is, we are already in the script for metronome. So now we just have to stop the metronome ticking. See, let's see, mute, change song. There should be some sort of metronome.emit, I think. Be emit. Ah, okay. Here it is, metronome player.play. We don't need that to play if we're not counting the metronome. We need a if mute metronome. If mute metronome, or if play metronome. I like to try to keep my bools positive, so instead of if not, it's if not true. If it were if not mute, that's a little more confusing than if not play. Let's if play metronome, and that's the bool we'll go for. And then we'll just go ahead and set that up here. So our var, song position, measure points. let's make a var called play metronome. That's a bool, and it equals true. And then we can set play metronome to true or false. Down here, we can mute the metronome by just saying play metronome equals false. And then here we can say play metronome equals true. And that should hopefully work. Though I'm not too sure about this here, but we'll see. There's always trying and attempting, isn't there? Okay, so let's click play. All right. And what we need to keep track of is, it'll let me. Where'd the screen go? Not appearing. How odd. Oh, I know why. If we do this, nope. If we do this, there we go. You should be able to see it bigger now. So if I click the button, I don't know if I like that. That was weird. I also stop the music so you can hear a little better. So it's fast, so we go to slow. It feels like it takes forever, doesn't it? I click the button, and here, you can kind of see when I click it as well. If I do this, and you slide this guy over here to make it a little bit easier to see. If I click it, and it should go to fast. But it takes forever. And I think, let's look at the audio again, as that does take a really long delay. This is fast. And then, okay. Kind of works, kind of, sort of, kind of not. I don't like the way it feels, that's for sure. We can go ahead and close the game. And the nice part about these music tracks I have at the moment is that they're loopable. And that's something that happens with rhythm games, where the rhythm games work for one track and it's specific, and it's specified that on this beat, something happens here during the song, and the point of rhythm games is that you're supposed to survive the song and get to the end of the song. But because of the way my game works, where you can take as long as you want in the game, or the song, but you get a worse score, so the songs need to be loopable, and that's why I can't really have specific things happen at specific points in the song, as you could just let the music play, and it'll play. You'll get worse points, but the idea is that you can stop typing for a second to think, and start typing again. You get penalized for doing it, but you can do it. Alrighty, and what I'm thinking is happening, and let me see if it's true. If I go into my folder in my Necrotype Cafe, and I go into my spellcasting, I go into my rhythm manager, our tempo fast. I gotta pull all the programs today, it seems, and I will open a program called Audacity. I haven't used that in it. Well, no, I used it the other day. I want to see when the audio is stopping, and go ahead and open it, and I can bring you into that screen if I go here for a second. Instead of having Eagle open, let's do Audacity, and I can go ahead and close some of you, reopen some of you, and do a little bit here and there. And transition. So Audacity, Audacity is a free audio editing program that is spelt, oh, hold on. How's it spelt? A-U-D-A-C-I-T-Y. Okay. I wonder if it's spelt like, oh, you have the Audacity, but that's the program. And it's free, and you can edit audio in it. I do use it from time to time. If I pull in tempo normal, that's why there's such a long pause that happens, because all of this is empty space, and we don't use that space. So let's just go in here and crop off that space, and we should just be able to export it or save it. Let's see, cancel. This is a WAV file, so we can just go ahead and export audio. This is also WAV. It goes into not that folder, but we need it to go back into here, like this. And it is tempo normal. Make sure it's tempo normal. Save, export, and we should be good to go. Export. Yep, replace. And then we just do that for all of the tempos. So tempo normal, tempo fast is also getting very long. Audacity detected this file to be. Would you like to enable music view and set the yes? We always stay the BPM to stay the same. Something I've realized. So just go in here and modify that, and then go ahead and also export audio. Go ahead and set to its tempo fast. It's gonna say it's a duplicate. Yep. And then we also need tempo slow. And we drag that in there as well. Yep. And would you like to enable music view? Yep. And let's just crop this slow one to about there, and go ahead and file export. Go ahead and save. Export. Yep. And then we also need tempo slow. Would you like to enable music view? Yep. And let's just crop this slow one to about there, and go ahead and file export. And let's just crop this slow one to about there, and go ahead and file export. And let's just crop this slow one to about there, and export them like the rest. Yep. Okay. With those changes updated, the transition should be smoother now since there's not that long pause. Hopefully, let's see. I'll go ahead and close Audacity. If we load back into Godot, now let's see about those transition audio changes compared to before. If I go ahead and throw this guy up here as long as pulls this. When I change it, there shouldn't be that pause because that's what was happening in the audio. Let's see. That's not too bad. Change. I feel like typing might be a little wonky, but we can always check and see. I can do a few trial tests to see if it is too bad, but maybe not. As, I don't know. You'd have to memorize which sound is which sound, but as you're typing, when you're waiting on that next sound to tick, might not be too bad of a shift change. Maybe the audio needs to be different, but overall, I think it's working as we stop counting and then we go to the next one. Okay, let's give it a go and see. I'll go ahead and save, or never mind. I guess I don't save. Godot decided as much, so I'll reopen Godot and go ahead and have some coffee. Okay, that's good news. Now we just need a way to randomize, and then we can test and see if it is feeling well, if it's not feeling well, and do a whole check to see on the feels. Here though, for our current tempo, let's go ahead and also add a tempo for slow. This slow needs to be added onto here. And for slow, tempo slow, we can do tempo to slow. And how about, what is it? I'm thinking maybe cornflower blue. I think that's a color. Hold on. Color. Corn. Hold on. Color dot. Corn. Yeah, it is. Cornflower blue. Cornflower blue. There we go. And I think it's like a flower, right? Corn. Yep, like a flower. Wonderful. Cornflower blue. And that'll be our slow. We have fast, normal, slow, and it does all of this tempo change for us. For slow, right now it can be 0.8. Just do a little bit of change. And that's all we need to do here. And then for here, we need a change tempo. And what I'm thinking is we have something like new tempo, and then we have tempo, and then we match current tempo. And when we want to change the new tempo, we take the old tempo, change it to new tempo. So we don't have to do matching anymore. That can be done externally. We don't really need to have any of this, I say as Godot phrases for a second. It does let off and I tell you, and it's okay. I'm staying hydrated, that's all that matters. Seems to be very forgiving today. Knock on wood. Alright, so instead of all of this, we just now have current tempo equals new tempo. And then we go ahead and do everything else we need to do. And once that transition happens, then we go back to everything else. And I'm also going to make the transition player to do a little louder, probably maybe 2, just so we can hear it a little bit better. And then we should be good to go. Change tempo happens when we press that button, but what we want to happen while the game is going on is that we want to have random chances for it to happen. Let's see. How can we do this? How can we have a randomizer happen while the game is going on? Not too sure quite yet, but we'll see. Let's go ahead and down here, all of this seems good to go. I'm so glad we didn't have to change too much code. I didn't have to mess with any of this stuff. That's what I thought we'd have to do. I am glad that's not the case. Oh boy. Okay, saying all of that, this should be good to go. Now we just need a place to store that change tempo. If we go ahead, you can see here, func change tempo. We need a new tempo that isn't the current tempo. And I'm thinking we have, well, usually it kind of goes fast, slow, slow, fast, right? We don't really need to have, okay. What we can do as well for this rhythm manager is if new tempo equals current tempo, return. And this also needs to be, I don't know why I didn't see that earlier. This is a void method. If I don't put void here, it just implies it. But I like statically, I think that's how you say it, right? Statically setting the functions and the variables. I definitely think it helps with debugging. All right, new tempo. If new tempo equals current tempo, return. You don't need to change anything. And now we can have an update to do between 0 and 2. And that's how we can do things. Here in our change tempo, what we can have happen is maybe a randomizer. So down here on when we update the beat, see if we can change the beat. Back in our, where do we need to go? In our scorekeeper, when the player hits a beat, let's just do it there. On beat, if bar is bid, if counting beats, past beat equals that number. What we can do is say on beat, current beat is tracking, pause tracking. Okay, if counting beats, we can try to see about updating. Or that's what I'm thinking. We probably don't do it. Okay. Instead, what we can do is say change tempo. In our button, in our cafe button, this guy right here, utility.changetempo.emit. We also need to say here rhythm manager dot tempo, and then this is where we would change the tempo. We'll just say normal, or I guess fast for now. Okay. Saying all of that, we can go back into our rhythm manager, or not our rhythm manager, our scorekeeper, where we're keeping scores and everything. And then what we can do is do some sort of chance to see if we change tempo and what we change it to. Right now there are 3 values, so fast, or slow, fast, and normal. What we can do is just have a randomizer with a enum or an int. Let's see. And it should be the case that because of the way enums work, they kind of work like ints. They're just ints with names, which I really like. Enums probably have to be my favorite part of programming. And saying that, we can go ahead and do the tempo, new tempo, bar new tempo equals utility dot randomizer, random generator dot randy range 0 to 2. And then we take that new tempo, we dot emit it, and we change our new tempo to that tempo. And that should work. And sometimes we'll get old tempos, sometimes we get new tempos, but we also need to say as well, so we don't change tempos every time, var change tempo stance. And we can set this to, for now at least, let's say there's a 10% chance, or probably 20, as this is happening every beat. So let's have it say every well, now that I'm thinking at it, what if it happens? Well, it's on beat. This is tracking the beat, and if it's not tracking, okay. I think that's good. We just have to do this, and then here. It won't happen if beats aren't being counted, but if beats are being counted, we can change the tempo. So it should work. We just put it under the if. So actually, like that. There we go. And then change tempo. What we can have it do is I like to do more so 1 to 100. And then if change tempo chance is less than or equal to, for now let's just say 20, or no, it'd be 80, as in a 20% chance for the tempo to change while it's being counted. And then if that is the case, we try to change the tempo. There we go. Really, I guess let's do 1 out of 5. I think that works a little bit better. So 5 or 4, 4 and 0. If we get a 3 or less, we do this. Yeah, less than or equal to 3. Otherwise, if it's less than, yeah, okay, less than 3. So if it's 3 or 4, we don't do it. So right now it's like what would it be? This is where math comes into play. I like simple math. Hard math. I see percentage. Percentage is hard. Graphs are hard. It's all hard. All right. I think this works. Let's go ahead and go open the main menu just to check. And we can go ahead into the main menu scene. Click play. I can go ahead and mute this guy. And I can go ahead and show the screen here. Let's see if it does change. That's what we're waiting on and trying to check. I'll sit here for a second to see. And right now, nothing is changing. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Let's hide. Hide when Godot is already closing. And let's also print out every time it's trying to change it to see what we're getting, since the values don't seem to be valuing. Let's check. Go back into Godot. Let Godot open. Get itself together. And then back here in our scorekeeper. And I think it's in scorekeeper. And output. And our scorekeeper, when we're counting beats, I want to print. Change tempo chance. And let's make it 4 instead. There's more of a chance. Okay. And then, let's see. Let's give the main menu a go again. Because we want it to print out every time. Okay, and then I click play. I go ahead and set the output. Right now, it's not counting. Oh, I forgot. It only counts beats once you start playing. That was the issue. So let me go ahead and click S. Interesting. It is messing up, isn't it? Wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Got ya. Okay. Right now, it's changing too much. Let's go ahead and also do this 2. Not 2. It needs to be 3. As well as setting it so that if we go back into Rhythm Manager, when change tempo happens, or when we try to change tempo, where are we at in change tempo? Here. If new tempo equal current tempo, or transition player dot is playing, there should be an is playing one. Is where are we at? There we go. Or transition player playing. That way, it doesn't overlap itself like it was doing. Okay. We go again. And I have to make sure I press the button. And I'll go ahead and also die for a second, it seems. Okay. And I need to open you to show off. Okay. So it's updating, it seems. Godot's frozen. Not enjoying this. But it seems to be better. Kind of, sort of. Okay, there it is. It's done freezing. It counts for a second and then it slows. Normal. You'd have to remember the tempos as well, and you'd have to also, I guess, lower the chance. It's playing. Let's see. I feel like step 1 is learning the sounds. That'll be starters. And maybe we'd have to slowly incorporate learning that. So we start off with normal and fast and going back and forth, and then we add in the slow sound. So let's go ahead and also, if we go back into, we can close Cafe for now. Go back into Rhythm Manager. No, yes. Rhythm Manager's the one we, nope, Scorekeeper. That's the guy we want. And then if we go to, oh, I'm getting confused. We need to see counting beats. Counting beats is done by score. So we go to score. And in score, we must find, oh, no wonder. I'm getting confused. It just says Rhythm Manager, but I'm not in Scorekeeper. That's why. There we go. The change tempo is less than or equal to 2. Let's lower that down a bit. Okay. There we go. And this is checking, oops. Rhythm Manager is also checking to make sure that if new tempo equals current tempo or it's currently playing, don't do anything. I don't feel like that's happening. I don't feel like it's happening one bit, but we can try. Okay. We'll go ahead and play main menu. Let's try typing and seeing what we get. I'm curious to see if I can even do it. Let's give it a try. Okay. And audio should be working. Let me go ahead and mute this. Okay. S-O. This is faster, right? It's going too fast! I can't. That's not happening. It is way too fast. Okay. That's good news, we know now. Let's change the chance for it to go faster. I think that would be handy. Let's start there. So instead of a 1 in 5, how about 20-ish? And you just watched my latest video. Good job on the sprite. You love it, especially the beard. Thank you, Liar, and thank you for the suggestion as well. And welcome to stream as well. All of the above. But I'm glad you liked them. It definitely gave me inspiration to make them. And I had fun doing so. So back in our on beat. Here, let's change this to be out of 10. So 1 to 10 is the new range. 1 to 10. And only if you hit a 1 or a 2. Let's go ahead and do less or equal to 2. So that it doesn't change as often. I'm truthfully thinking it should just be 1. This is happening every time the beat is changed. And hi, Darkbomb! Welcome to stream! Welcome indeed! Love to see familiar faces, so it's nice to see ya. Okay, let's see if this doesn't result into panic all over again. I hope not. Oops, wrong screen. And what do we get? Go ahead and open the screen. Oops, wrong screen. Okay, let's see. S-O-S-E, S-K, F-R-O, T, exclamation. Kinda, sorta. It could be a little faster in randomizing, but overall, especially if it's longer, it's not too bad. Let me mute this. I didn't even realize. Let's see. S-O-S-E, S-K, K, F-R-O, T, exclamation. I feel like, I don't know, when you hear that sound, you have to kind of pause yourself and listen to the beat again. So I feel like the scoring's gonna have to be more forgiving. And in a way, you know what I mean? Let me also, it's right now Sweet Sweet Cake, I think is the combination I'm using. Let's go into our, what is it? Spell list. This guy here. It is S-O-S-K. This one here. S-O-E-E. Blah. 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 Let's add some here so we can get more Sweet Sweet Cake. And then, let's see. T. Bleh. There we go. Let's see how that works out. And go ahead and play main menu again. So I have more time to type. And go ahead and open the game. Alright, let's try again. S-O-S-E B-L-A-H-H-B-L-A, S-K, F-R-O-B-L-A-H, E-B-L-E-H, exclamation. That doesn't seem too bad. Truth be told, I think it's way too loud in my ear. That would have to change. But aside from that, I'm not feeling too bad about it. Let's see. S-O-S-E B-L-A-H-H-B-L-A, S-K, F-R-O-B-L-A-H, E-B-L. It still happens way too often, but that was pretty fun. Trying to listen out for the beat as I'm typing, compared to just typing on screen to the beat. That was fun. For what it was, but we just need to make sure it's not playing at the moment. Aside from that, we just have to set it, and I think that's that, which is nice. And I say that, and as I'm saying that, let me go ahead and close Godot. Well, not close Godot, close the game. Godot might close itself, but let me save what we have so I don't lose this progress. Let's see, tempo changes, which is lovely. I thought we'd have to spend today and tomorrow doing tempo changes, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. Tomorrow just might be overall setting up the day timer. Well, it'll be nice. Okay, that's set there. let's go back into our scorekeeper. I feel like something's not working when it comes to checking. For example, here, when we here, transition player, let's print transition player dot playing. This should return a bool. Yeah. And if it is playing, we don't want it to change again, and that's the thing. So, how can we do it? How can we say, all right, it recently updated, don't update again for a second? How about instead, what we do is have a timer set up in the scorekeeper for at least 3 seconds maybe? And we can go ahead and add a timer here. And what we can do is say, wait time, 3 seconds. We'll give ourselves 3 seconds. And then we can do tempo, change, cool down. So this guy gets started every time we change the tempo. So it gives us some time, some wiggle room before we even attempt to change the tempo again. We can go ahead as well in our, where are we at? Max points, counting beats. Oh, this is scorekeeper. Oops. We don't need that. You don't belong in here. We change it in Rhythm Manager. This guy here. All right. Rhythm Manager gets a tempo change because it keeps track of the tempos. It updates the tempos. Outside, it can say, hey, Rhythm Manager, do this thing, but it doesn't do this thing. So it belongs in tempo change cooldown. And we also have a node here for timeout. And this would go in Rhythm Manager, so down here. And what we need to have is a way to say, recently changed tempo equals false. And we do this. And back here for our change tempo, what we can do is say recently changed tempo equals true. Once the tempo changes, all of that happens. We can place that down here. And then we can also go up here and say in our variables, these guys here, our tempo, var, recently changed tempo. It is a bool and it is equal to false. So then down here, when we think about trying to change tempo, if we currently have the tempo, we don't change it. If also our transition player is changing, also don't change it. Or let's see, yeah, or transition player is playing, or if the transition, or not that, the new tempo, or what did I call it? I already forgot. Recently changed tempo. Or if recently changed tempo is true, we don't change the tempo again. And then we change it to true here, and then we start the timer. Recently changed tempo is true, and now we just have to start the tempo change timer. That should be good to go. That way we don't get that everything, but if we want to allow the tempo changer to change later on, instead of 3 seconds, or something more relaxed like 10 seconds, it's a way we can scale back attempting to try to change the tempo, which will be nice. That way I don't get everything that's happening. And since Godot's frozen, let me get some water. Godot, work with me here. We're nearly on, Godot. Don't you see it? Can't you see the path ahead of us? I closed it. I'm reopening it now. Let's give it a good old go. Go ahead and edit prototype. Okay. And let it load for a second. Give it a good old minute. And while it does that, let me get more comfy. Okay. And then what we need to happen is the tempo. Oops. We didn't even add it, did we? I gotta go all the way back up here. And for our var, we gotta add the timer. So grab that guy here and make sure he starts. Oh, down here, recently changed tempo, dot start. There we go. Also here as well, I believe there's an auto start. Let's see, yeah, one shot. It's a one-shot timer. So it doesn't start again, which is important. Otherwise, once we started, it's just going to continuously start. So hopefully this will help, and now we shouldn't have to worry about it doing what it's doing. And now let's give main menu another go in the game mode. I'll mute this, open this, and let's see. All right, SEBLAHHBLA, comma, SK, comma, comma, TBLEH. That was pretty fun. My thing is now, though, you can see I didn't miss any, but I didn't get perfect. That's because it also counts to see if you hit it every time that metronome ticks. So I'm wondering if we can still find a way to have a perfect, as we didn't miss anything, but we didn't hit all the beats. And that's also part of the game where, for example, if I take my time like this, like that, oh, each. This wouldn't be perfect. Well, not the error, but because I'm slower and I'm not following all the beats, I'm following every 2. That means it's not perfect. Perfect is keeping with the beat, keeping track, and it's to reward the player for staying en route. Let me go ahead and retry and see. SOSEBLAHHBLA, comma, SK, comma, FROBLAH, comma, TBLEH. I feel like there is a way to get perfect, but you have to know how to get it after a certain while. Let's see. SOSEBLAHHBLA, comma, SK, comma, FROBLAH, comma, TBLEH. Oh, I feel like that was gonna be a perfect. Okay, I want to see if I can get a perfect. That's my wondering. I think it's possible, but is it too hard to get a perfect is the question, and I'm not too sure. I'm just not playing a game for fun. This is science happening here. Experimentation. Okay, let's see. SOSEBLAHHBLA, comma, SK, comma, FRO. I'm not getting any randomization. That is a little unfortunate. Let's see. Try again. Yeah. Science. Okay. SOSEBLAHHBLA, comma, SK, comma, FRO. I'm not getting any randomization. Hold on now. Now it's not random enough. And I definitely think that's something that would just come down to changing some values. If we go back into our scorekeeper, where we're checking to see if we can change it. Where are we at? Scorekeeper here. For the 2, let's make it a 5 instead. I do want to test to see if it is possible to get a perfect. I'm not too sure yet. Maybe, but it also comes, like I said before, is it too hard to get a perfect? Does it feel nice to get a perfect once you understand how the game works? As it is fun when you're trying to keep track of everything, so I do enjoy that. SOSEB. Oh, my computer froze. Let's try again. SOSEBLAHHBLA, comma, SK, comma, FROBLAH, comma, TBLEH. That was perfect. Okay. That didn't feel too bad. If I'm honest, it took a second to figure out how to pace it, but once you figure out what it's trying to teach you, it's not too bad. That was fun. I definitely think it's a lot more fun than just typing. Adding that rhythm change is fun. And I definitely don't think it'd be too fun if it was slow all the time, but that was fun. Yeah, I got it perfect. Lovely. Love to see it. Okay, that's good news. I think it's safe to say then, it can be moved to testing to see if what would need to be tweaked. But I think for now, this is okay. This is decent. And I can say as well, I mean, it's working. The tempo change is working. Everything is working. Technically, we finished today's goal. Surprisingly. You know, I've never done this before. I've never gotten this far. Let me get some coffee. There's still stuff to do, but I thought it was going to take 2 days, 2 streams, 8 hours. This is solid progress. It is. And it was fun too. That's surprising. It's great. Okay. Okay. Coffee's all done and dusted. Well, not done, but slowly getting there. since that's done, I'll go ahead and save. I think this is the right amount of... I'll save unless Godot says, no saves today. But for now, at least, don't jinx it. What do you mean? We finished. There's how... Okay, you're right. I will not jinx it. I won't. I'll let it be what it is. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yes, I agree. Let's try it out in the cafe and see if it still works. Because that is a good point. Knocking on wood as well. Okay. So I'll go ahead and load up the cafe. The cafe should work as it's on the rhythm manager. That's what's updating. We can go ahead and go into here. Alrighty. So we can go ahead and spawn. Let's go ahead and seat the customer. Alrighty, customer, what do you want to order? Let's see if I can get that food. Oh, nice and delicious. Sweet, bitter cake. Got ya. Okay. Sweet, bitter cake. Generate. Alright. PHASPRINKLEHARSHFROM. Perfect. Yeah, okay, I think this works. Grab the cake, give the cake to them. Everything works out wonderful. Now all that needs to happen is that once the ghosts appear, that's when things change. And we need to keep track of, once there's ghosts, start changing up the tempo. When there's no ghosts, no tempo changes. We can just do normally. Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. I'll go ahead and hide this, let Godot do its thing in closing. And go ahead as well and prototype, edit, and go ahead and save the changes we've made. So that something happens, I can say I have a backup. And let's see, tempo. Indeed, it's lovely. I'm so excited. Tempo change or dynamic tempo. Now dynamic tempo working. There we go. Great. Commit. And also commit in that. Do other commit. And good. Great. Okay. So what's next on the agenda? Next up, well, once we where are we at? Scorekeeper. In our scorekeeper for our tempo change, what we need to do is have a bool in our scorekeeper if tempo change enabled. If the tempo change is enabled, then we change tempo. Otherwise, it plays normally. And then we have a var here, up here, for var, voice, all of those things are fine. We just have here, var, tempo, change, enabled. That way, when the ghosts appear, we can enable or disable them. And did you check if the autosave was available? You'd be terrified of losing something? That's fine. Autosave is working, and it is, oh, unless I die. Autosave, yep, and I also just backed it up in the, GitHub. So we're good. That's what I said. I've been saving it on GitHub. I've probably saved 3 times, despite the fact it's only been, 2 hours? I have been saving. So var, tempo change enabled, Godot freeze, so I can water. Okay, var, tempo change enabled, boo, like that. And then all that means now is that whenever we want to change the tempo, we can just say to the rhythm manager, or emit a signal that says start the change, stop the change, start the change, stop the change. Another thing we can do as well is say, well, I never like using these guys, or at least down here, this 1 to 10, as that's a little painful. What we can say is, for example, we can bring this 10 out of here, just for my own sanity's sake, const, and instead it'll be called percent tempo chance, and we'll set it CHANCE to 10. And what this tells us is we have a 1-2 tempo chance of reaching the tempo, and also a const for threshold, or tempo chance threshold. And right now that is 5. And what the tempo threshold is, must reach threshold, THRE, must reach below threshold. hold to change tempo. There we go. That kind of gives us a little bit more of clarity, and then we can change all of this stuff up here instead of going into the code itself and saying, all right, where are we at? And then we can go ahead and do change, or tempo, chance. There we go. Now that all gets updated, which is wonderful. And you have a buddy who never saved and lose hours of progress. His name was Steve. Now when you save, you call it an anti-Steve. That sounds awful. I don't know how your buddy stayed sane. My computer, despite it only, well, not my computer, my keyboard, despite it only being a year old, the save button, the S button, is faded because of how many times I've pressed it for save. I must save. That is anytime, even if I'm on Godot or programming, if I'm on Aspray doing art, anytime, any place, I will save. I even try to attempt to save on browsers, and when that happens, it tries to save the actual browser to the thing, and it's a whole mess. So if tempo change enabled, and then what we can do here is have a func called enable tempo change. Now we could certainly do toggle, but I like enable disable. It gives more clarity to what's going on instead of do the opposite of what's going on right now. Enable tempo to do change, and let's go ahead and do void like this, and then tempo change enabled equals true, and then we have a disable like this, a func enable and a func for disable tempo change like this, and it is false. Oops, false. And then if we go to, we'll grab these guys here, or just one of them. We'll go back into utility. That way we can set it up to a signal. And that way, from anywhere we choose, we can enable and disable it. So signal, disable tempo change, and signal, enable. Like that. That way, for our ghost, we can have the ghost say, all right, change the tempo, don't change the tempo, or if we do something else, we can also do it that way. It gives us a chance to do it outside of the scorekeeper. And speaking all of that, what we also have to do is connect them, all of these utilities. All right, and already, utility dot enable tempo change, and it needs to be this, dot connect, and then enable tempo change, like that. So they're the same thing. And let me make sure I also didn't do it wrong in utility. Yeah, okay, there's no underscore. Go back to scorekeeper, and it's also disable, oops, disable, and it would be here, disable. Oops, disable. There we go. And YouTube mistakenly try to save a browser page, yeah. You know, I'd rather have that instinct just going on without me realizing and let it be a minor inconvenience than not save at all and lose hours of work. Anti-Steve. Anytime I think of the name Steve, I just think Minecraft. And Anti-Steve is Herobrine. I mean, I feel like the more evil of the two is not saving. Okay, so from here in our rhythm manager, not rhythm manager, in our cafe, in our ghost manager, what we can say happen is, and this was also something I was thinking of as well, we have to have a way to show, or at least if still in ghost range, and that's what I'm thinking, as this is something additionally that I was working on for the customers, but something I'm realizing is if, and I'll show you as well in here, as this was just something for ghost, but let's go back to concepts. It's like a tick. Yeah, it's just what is it? Yeah, like OCD or something where you have to make sure you do it. Even if you just saved, you still save. Despite knowing you saved a few seconds ago, you just need to make sure you still save. Just because something like that might happen if you don't double save your save. Oh man, it can drive you crazy. Okay, we have here a ghost. He's just a spooky little guy. And we have a customer. Got the wizard hat and the head and the body like that. And then we have another ghost here. And our customer, and we also have a radius. I'll go do a new layer for this guy here. And we do a radius here, or a little bit bigger. Okay, how my ghost, and I'm realizing I do need this radius here. How I'm currently doing my ghost affect customers is that once the customer enters the ghost range, or once the ghost enters the customer's range. So for example, enable fear, disable fear. Enable fear, disable fear. But what I'm realizing as I'm wrapping up on everything else is what happens if they're already enabled? Does it, because this is, the customer's enabled on fear. This is the bool, so right now it's true. It's still true, but when they leave, it becomes false, despite the fact of still being in the circle. That's peak character design right there. Thank you, thank you. You know, here at this very business, very serious place, we make sure everything is up to par. But welcome to StreamSec. Welcome. And what we need to happen is that not to be the case. We need to check the customer, or I don't know. Right now the ghost has customers in range, but maybe customer has to keep track of ghost in range, as this ghost leaving would disable the fear despite the fact the customer's still in a ghost radius. That's why I'm saying this, as that is just ghost presence, overall ghost. And we go back into Godot. That's what's happening here with the ghost manager, or at least with the ghost. If I go to our ghost, and I also pull up our customer, custom mirror, where are we at? Customer scene, wonderful. All right, in the customer scene, what happens is we go down here, so apply ghost effect, diffuse ghost effect, and it just gets applied and diffused if the ghost enters, ghost leaves, ghost enters, ghost leaves. The issue is that the ghost, if the ghost leaves, like I said with the ghost entering and leaving, I think what has to happen is the customer has to know the ghost, and the customer also has to keep track of ghost. For example, apply, we need to also have the ghost, the origin ghost that it is being applied to. So ghost, and in here as well for the diffuse ghost, we also need to have ghost. We can go ahead and do this. And then in our utility, if we go back into this old guy, we can go back to our ghost signals and then apply and diffuse. Let's see. Applying ghost is ghost. And then we also need diffusing ghost. That way the customer can also know which ghosts are still in radius. So ghost, and this would be diffusing ghost, or yeah, diffusing ghost. And then in our ghost, what we can do is go into ghost, and here's where it gets applied, and here's where it gets diffused. We have to emit self here, and also emit self. And then what we have to do is have a customers in range. The customer needs to know about ghost so they don't destroy, or their radius doesn't enable, disable. You can go ahead and do on here, where are we at? Here. And instead of customers in range, it'd be ghost in range, if Godot will let me. Godot does not want to let me, so I shall take the water break. And since I have some water, let's have some coffee. So tasty, I tell you. Oh, and it updated, wonderful. So customers in range, ghost in range. And I'm thinking of doing it this way because then if the range, or if there's no ghost in range, then we disable. That's what we want to happen. And what am I making? Hi, Miguel Hernandez. I feel, and I hope I did say that right as well, I feel like I've read that name before, but maybe not. But no worries, I'm making a rhythm typing restaurant game. And right now we're working on the tempo change, which we finished, and the rhythm as far as tempo is concerned. Right now I am trying to make the enemies, which are ghosts in this game, as it's owned by a necromancer and death and everything, so the enemies are ghosts. And what's the issue right now is that customers need to be affected by ghosts in their range, so I'm trying to make sure customers are detecting ghosts so that ghost effects can be applied to them. For example, and I'll switch over to this just a quick second to explain. Right now, this customer is affected by this ghost, but the issue I'm running into is that if this ghost comes in, they're also affected by the ghost, but when the ghost leaves the range, now it's disabled, yet they're still in the ghost radius. This shouldn't happen. So we need to create a way for the customer to be able to tell that there's still a ghost in range. And that is what I'm doing, the ghost in range, so that they can tell, even though this ghost left, I'm still under the effect of ghost because a ghost is next to me. So we can go ahead, back into Godot, and back into our script. Ghost in range, and then from there we just have to append and add on the ghost. I can go ahead and save, and we'll just grab these as this is nice and easy. And go back to customer, and then for the apply ghost, if customer equals self, we change the color. We also add not customers but ghost in range, and it would be the ghost like that, and it would also be the ghost in range append, or not append, I think it is erase. I say I think, but you know what, I can just check. Erase, yes, wonderful. Okay, ghost in range dot erase. If customer equals self, so customer equals self. Then if ghost in range dot is empty, now we do it. Because now we know for certain that there's no ghost in here. And that should help, since beforehand, a ghost could leave and enter. That's all I wanted to add here, as I realized that was a bug in the making if I didn't change that. But now we should be good. So now, the customer keeps track of ghosts in their area. And since there's a ghost still in their area, they decide, I'm still afraid. And this ghost can come and go, but they still have that one ghost. So it's like, okay, I know there's still one ghost here, so we're all good. More ghosts can come in and it doesn't change a thing, which is great. Next up, I also want to make it so that when a ghost spawns, when a ghost spawns, then the tempo changes. So the tempo only changes, the game only changes up when a ghost is present. That is what's up next on the to-do list. We can go ahead and go back into our rhythm manager, go back into our, we can close all of this, thankfully, in our cafe. And in the cafe, we go back into ghost manager here, ghost list.add child, new child. Next out, what we need to do is func. I guess we can do this on process. Func underscore process. And then we also do underscore delta. And then if, I mean, it doesn't need to send it every single time, does it? This process, to be running every single process, that would be very painful, wouldn't it? Let's go ahead and just not do that. I think that would be a little bit better. Banish ghost. When we remove a ghost, ghost queue.free. If ghost underscore list dot is empty, isn't that how ghost lost? Ghost list dot is empty. Is empty? No, but empty. Why doesn't that work? Ghost list. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Little correction, as our ghost should. Can we check if a ghost has children? If ghost list dot has children, or how do we check? Dot children. Get children, add child, get child, find child. Let's see. Should be a way to check how many children. Godot for check how many children node has. There should be a way to check. And let's see. Get child count. I see. Wonderful. Dot get child count. There we go. If dot ghost dot list get child count equals 0, that means the list is empty. And in that case, we can go ahead and do utility dot emit, or not dot emit, tempo disable tempo change dot emit. There we go. Upon there being no more ghost, we change the tempo up. And then on ghost button pressed, or this won't be ghost button, it'll be something else. This is just button to test, but we'll also be able to do for a signal for a daytime. But for right now, we can do if ghost dot get child count equals 0. then we can go ahead and enable. So what this should do is it should only emit once whenever we start adding more, and it should only emit once this is disabled when there's no more ghosts to change up the tempo. And also in our tempo emit, I'm thinking we should have a way to show it on screen, the tempo change, and I'm not too sure how. Right now, the way the game works is the music can be heard everywhere, but I would like there to be different music for spellcasting and different music for in the shop, so to say. Or not shop, the restaurant. And if we go back here, so I can hopefully better explain in concepts, what I mean is right now the minigame music, let's just do spellcasting. Is what it is, it's magic. Spellcasting, C-A-S-T-I-N-G. The spellcasting music right now is universal. Music is universal. So you hear it even if you're in the cafe or if you're in the kitchen. Cafe, or let's do a different color. How about light? Even if you're in the cafe, or in the kitchen, E-C-H-E-N, like that. Even if you're cafe or in the kitchen, you still hear the music. I want it to be the case that all music changes whenever you're in the game. So for example, I want some music to play while you're during, and then some music to play when you're minigame. As in, we need some music for main menu, or some sort of just general music. Let's do general music, and G-E-N-E-R-A-L, music, or music, S-I-C. Right now we have spellcasting music, but whenever we're not playing the minigame, we want general music to play. We have spellcasting music, we do not have general spellcasting music. We need to change that now. Now we need to deal with general music. And to do that, let's see. I don't think it'd be too tricky to find some just temporary music. We go back into Eagle. Let me go and grab this guy. Equal. Wonderful. And transition. We move right back over to Eagle. A lot of audio changes this time around. We just need some temporary music. And I like tags because I can just tag who made the music. It's lovely. And let's see, we want something normal. I think it only takes wave. Let's see. That's pretty nice. And this music is made by Burt Cole. You can tell because it's in the Burt Cole tag, which is lovely. So we just need something for like idle cafe music. Let's see. I feel like that. This just needs to be music. Something we can have in the background while the game's going. I kind of like this one. I say as I'm dying. Isn't that nice? Let's go with this one. I kind of like it. Da, 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 da. And that pitch and tempo can change depending on the cafe music. I like it. Let's go with that one. That was easy. Let's go back into Godot. Da, da, da. I feel like it's silly enough. And Godot's frozen, so we'll get some water. And we can go ahead and do this in our managers. No, I say we keep it all in. Well, this would be cafe. And I guess when we play the minigame music, we also want to have minigame music, cafe music, and we want to enable, disable, depending on where we're at. So for now, let's just keep it with the rhythm manager. Or I guess, no, we shouldn't keep it with the rhythm manager. If the minigame is playing, don't play cafe music. If minigame playing, play cafe music. And then cafe music will also be updated. But that's why I'm thinking it needs to be in rhythm manager, as the thing is, once the ghosts appear, that's when the tempo changes. And if we're changing the tempo even when the ghosts aren't here, yeah, okay, let's do it that way. If I go where are we at? Back in our, not rhythm manager, back in, oh, lesson freezes in case, oh, hold on, do I have to take a water break? No, okay, no water this time. All right, we need to check not rhythm manager, scorekeeper. Here we go. And this isn't keeping score, it's just counting the beats. We'll take this out of counting beats so that all music can be changed. And we'll go ahead and do this. And this way, even the cafe music is affected. That way, if you're somewhere else, you hear that music change and you understand, okay, something's up. Ghosts are here. Spook time. All of those things. All right, so if tempo changed enabled, and we go ahead and do this. Good. And then what we can do is go into our rhythm manager and rhythm manager. Oh, trash. Let's see. Where is our rhythm manager at? Close main menu, close ghost, close customer. We need rhythm manager. Give us the good old rhythm manager. There we are. This guy here. And in our rhythm manager, we have the music player, which plays your music, which is lovely. So now we just need to add more music, and we'll take that music that we have and put it in here. So we can go ahead and grab, where's our music? Where do we keep our music at? Manager, rhythm manager, scorekeeping. Is this the music? No. I'm wondering where we keep the spooky stuff. So spooky. Oh, in our common. that would make sense. Common, music. And this is where the music goes. And then we'll drag that carnival season into music. And we'll go ahead and rename it to cafe music. There we go. And now what we can do in our rhythm manager is where are we at? For now, we'll just do it here, or not tempo. In our song, we'll have not Battle in the Graveyard, but cafe face cafe music. Cafe. We'll just call it cafe. And it is song cafe. And then where are we at in songs? Song, cafe. Oh, we need to figure out the BGM. Let's do that very quickly. I know there's some sites that check BGM, so I should be able to go to a BGM song checker and get the BGM of a song too. And hopefully I can just check the BGM. It says the BPM 165, but it never hurts to double check. So it says 165, and then if I go ahead and double check the song, I should have this saved in my bookmarks, I'm pretty sure. BPM checker. BPM song checker. There we go. That way I can check the BPM. It's saying 165, but I know sometimes Eagle, the program I use for my music, gets it wrong. But BPM is saying, what are we getting? BPM is 90, is what it's saying. Okay, I'll go with that then. So 90 would be the BPM. So cafe, we'll just say 90. Okay. Oh, it also has to be cafe. I keep typing face. Cafe. There we go. So now it should come properly. E90 was already used. Ooh. That's not good. We have multiple songs that have multiple BPMs. Ooh. I did not think that through. Huh. Okay. For now, let's just have this on 1. Yes, there we go. Okay. Right now it is 91. We'll just keep that for now. It is A-okay. And then we can say when the game starts, that's when we kind of need to do. So if game is playing, that's how we check Scorekeeper. Scorekeeper right now has, let's see, on casting entered. This is a, what is it? Like it emits the game to start. So on casting entered, on casting finished. What we can do is do utility dot emit or utility dot change stop. How about that? Stop the background music. Stop background music dot emit. And then on casting finish, start background music. Utility.stop BGM, utility.start. This way, we can know when the music is changed and when the music is stopped. And then we can go ahead and go back into our utility, our good old utility. And in utility, we can go, there's so many signals. It's signal mania. Signal, And we can say start BPM, BGM, background music, and stop background music. STOP. There we go. Nice. And then we can go back into our rhythm manager, and then we can go ahead and connect these guys. Go back in our funk ready. You can go utility dot, and at least you keep them organized. I don't know. I'd say on a scale of 1 to 10 in organization, my organization is probably a 7, 6, or 7 if we're being generous. Utility dot stop BGM, and we need to connect that. We also need to connect start and START, and that will be good to go. And then that's our funk process, all of those things. And we can go ahead to, let's change color. And then funk, stop, BPM, BGM, and it returns void. And it is house. And then we can go ahead and do start. So funk, start, EART. Okay. And this would be our stop. Stop, like that. Stop BPM or BGM. They sound so similar. That name might have to change. I might get confused. Stop and start. Like that. Now it starts and it stops. And when it stops, or at least when we do, or is the funk ready? Change tempo, and then we go ahead and music player, change song. So we can go ahead and do this. Grab this guy and go ahead and stop BGM. And this is where our current song will get changed, for the moment at least. And then we have start BGM, which just means at the very moment we have change song, utility.current song. Utility, let's see how to change song, new song. All right, so utility.current song. How do we change? Oh, I see. Current song equals new song. So we can go ahead and do. Hi Fabio, welcome. How's the tempo going? Great. We finished already, which is wonderful. Now we're working on changing the background music for the game so that the tempo also works for that. But we finished, so we won't have to do that tomorrow, which is lovely. But welcome to stream. Progress. Today's a day of progress. Let's see. Yeah, it's lovely. I'm so excited. The utility dot song dot oh, not utility. Song dot it would be cafe. Song dot cafe. And also what I'm realizing is that we never added that song. Ooh, where are we at? Here, which is important. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's see. This would be cafe song. And we also need to do cafe music. Go ahead and grab these guys. Yoink them like this. Put them in here so that it is good to go. And then we need to add it to the dictionary, I believe. And since Godot's freezing, a lot of break time. And that is 1 water bottle down. That's always why I keep a second one. And since that water's gone, let's do some coffee. If Godot doesn't decide to shapen up, we'll close it. You know, I think Godot's starting to understand these underhanded threats here. Okay, so we have the cafe song here. When we change it here, so song.cafe equals cafe song, cafe underscore song. That's what it should be, and it is. Yep, okay. Wonderful. So now it is in the song dictionary. This will definitely have to be updated, all of this. But for now, we can keep it. And it should hopefully, when we start up the game, the music should be good. And it should be the cafe song that plays. Let's see. When I click play, it should be the one we chose out. And what do we get? Oh, I don't hear anything. Oh, I know why. We never started it. Hold on. We gotta go into ready. And then this. There we go. Now it should work. Let's see. There we go. And another thing as well is we need to stop the metronome. The play metronome can now also be false. So when we're in the cafe, metronome doesn't need to know if it's doing anything. We can go ahead and go into our start BGM and do metronome equals false. And then in our stop BPM, we can also do play metronome equals true. And that should add some fun to it as well. And I'm thinking because the tempo changer also changes play metronome equals to true, we need a way to check to see if what the current game mode is. Or we could always just, we need to check if current underscore song equals song dot cafe, then play metronome equals true. So if the current song isn't cafe, do play the metronome again. Okay, so now when I click play, metronome should be changed. Good. Now let's see if we can get it, or see if it will happen where the song changes upon the ghost. I'll spawn in a ghost. Alright, let's see. Oh, isn't that cool? Now go slower, because the ghost is in the area. Oh, that's cool. The music needs to be lower, but that's nice. Only when the ghost is here. And then if we remove the ghost, it should no longer play. Let's go ahead and, oh boy, see if we can start up a food. So it needs to be memory, better. And now the music should change because the music is updating. Unless Godot, give it a second. And then generate. Okay, so upon generating, it doesn't change it. So this needs to be changed. Okay, that's good. It's becoming more dynamic, which is always fun. All right, Godot, stay open. I believe. Just stay open while I close this. Oh, it did it. Congratulations. I spoke too soon. It does not. I'm just trying to save it, and it's a black screen at the moment. So I guess water break time. I spoke way too soon. I was trying to give it a congratulations. I didn't like that. Okay. Well, since Godot is deciding it does not want to do the thing at the moment, I'll let it do its thing. Oh, hold on. Oh, we're back. Lovely. Okay, never mind then. On change tempo, on transition, in our cafe, when on generate. So this would be spell casting panel. I think this is it. Open spellbook, minigame over. No. Spellcasting minigame screen. Spell select screen. There we go. Here. On generate button press. Spell screen change spell. This should change. So let's see. Spell screen. We gotta have to go to spell screen. Change spell. And in change spell, where are we at? Spell screen change spell. On bot timer. On user type. There should be a change spell. There we go. Change spell, and this is where. Okay. On change spell, and that's what I'm wondering as well. If I load up the main menu, the main menu should have our cafe music. The question is, if I then hit play, cafe music should leave. Let's see. If I click play, and I'll open this as well. Click play. When I click play, it should change the music to be a random song. And that's what we need next, I think, is song randomization. And that shouldn't be too tricky. Fingers crossed, I say. Knock on wood. Always knocking on the wood. I'll go ahead and open up the prototype, click edit, and next up we need a way to randomize a song being changed whenever we generate new music. Later on we can definitely tweak it so certain songs play during certain mixtures, but for right now, let's just have it randomize a song. And how do we randomize a song? One might be questioning. Well, let's see, container get child. Music randomization, yep, not bad at all. And welcome back, the artist formerly known as Sneed. welcome back to Steam. Let's see. Back in our our cafe, we have the see customer. We have this generate button. This is what I'm looking for. Where are we at? Spell screen. That's what I need to look for. A spell screen. spell screen, spell select menu, and we also have spell screen. Which is which? Our spell screen is the game screen. We don't need that. This spell select menu, when you click generate, right now, the spooky and generate doesn't need to be. What we can do is then hide song chooser, and now we can just update generate. We don't need song chooser in here anymore. We can get rid of it. And you remember figuring out how to make footstep sounds in utility on movement? Fun times. I'm glad you figured it out. That's always good. It's always fun when you remember something, especially when it's been long forgotten. Oh, so forgotten. So on generate, let's see, and congratulations as well. Always trying to solve a problem no matter how big is very lovely. Well, spell screen change spell. When the spell screen changes spell, that's when we need to do a new, okay, yeah. On spell screen change spell, utility dot emit, and we need to do some sort of randomize song spell. How about that? Randomize song spell. Spell song? Song spell. Spell song. How about that? Randomize spell song dot emit. And this will change the song for us. And we can go ahead in here, go back into our utility. And in our utility, in our spellcasting signals, we also now have a signal for randomize spell song. There we go. And then back on here, whenever randomized spell song happens, we go back into our rhythm manager. And rhythm manager is going to, as always, keep track of our songs and our spells and what's going on currently. So we can go ahead and do utility.start BGM, stop BGM, utility.randomize spell song.connect. And this will be randomizing. So randomize, or it would be underscore, randomize song. Play random song. How about that? Play random song. There we go. And with that said and done, now we need a function for that. Let's just do it here next to change song. So let's do it here. A func called play random song, and it would be void. And then what we can do is here we have change song, and we will choose a song. And now we just need a new song. And what we can do is I'm wondering if there's a way to choose and I don't think there is. So I just say we do song dictionary. And I'm pretty sure there's a way to get a random thing out of a dictionary. Let's see. Dot keys, recursive values. There should be a way to do randomize, but I don't know how to do it. Not one bit. So I'll go ahead and instead do something else. And I probably shouldn't, but this is what I can think of at the moment, so we'll go with it. We'll go ahead and say have a const for spell songs, and then we can have an array, because I think array is the one that you can do dot randomize on. So we'll just randomize the array and leave out the cafe, since cafe isn't a spell song. So we'll have a spell song list and an array of available songs that can be used for spells. That way, maybe later on, if we don't want to have certain spells go onto the song, we can do that. So const, and then spell song, soil, spell songs like that. And then it is an array of array of song. There we go. As expected initializer. That should be true. Const spell songs. There we go. An array. And then equal like that. So, okay, it is happy. Nice. Okay. And then what we can do is take Song Spooky, Song Slow Tumble, all of these songs, and then it should just be able to randomize. I'll just grab all of these guys and put them in here. And instead of trying to check the values and keys, especially if we want to not include certain songs later on, this is a way to do it since we don't delete it from the enum and also the enum range. So we just have to grab all of these, and I believe it's 5 songs. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. We have a list now of spell songs. So we can go back in here and do spell songs dot random, pick random. There we go. Like that. And now it'll play a random song. Isn't that lovely? Okay. Let's give it a go and see if it works. So right now we have the cafe music going on, which is great. We can go into here, all the way over here. And then if we go into let's do sweet, sweet cake. When you click generate, song should change. That's good. However, you can hear there's no metronome. We need a metronome now. Let's go ahead and add the metronome back. Go ahead and do this. Metronome, so change song. Let's see, what can we do? Play random song, play metronome, now equals true. Since play random song will never include cafe, we know we want the metronome to be included. Now, we should be good to go. Let's click play again. What do we get? Go ahead and open up this again. I'll mute this for a second. This is the cafe background music, that's good. We go back into here. And I also realized as well, on song finish, let's see. So sweet, sweet cake. Okay. S-O. Is it randomizing? I feel like it played twice. Oh, it is. It's going over and over again. Oh boy. Can't hear it. Oh, okay, let's see. S-E. Yeah, it's going over and over again. That's not good. That is not good at all. And Godot also closes. Oh, I got no problems. Isn't that always fun? That's love, you know. I do like problem solving. I just don't like bug fixing. And this is a bug. I'd say problem solving is more so how to make something, not how to fix something. There's a big difference. So why is our music or a song changing? Or at least starting again? That's what I'm a little... If we go back into our rhythm manager, this should be the only place where songs are being played at. Every time song is changed, let's print changing song. H-A-N-G-I-N-G song. Okay. If it is repeating, it should happen in the change song. I also just realized. Let's open. Now we have to bug test a little bit, so let's see. Alright, changing song. As we enter the scene, so song is being changed. Let's try to go and do the game mode. We go ahead and generate, so sweet. Go ahead and do cake, generate. Song's changing, it shouldn't change again. Let's see. S, changing song. O. Huh? I'm pressing L to the beat, hold on. Let me maybe make it bigger so I can see. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh. Okay, and it's changing song. Okay. Now why is it changing song? That is the question. And it only seems to happen when I'm entering things in. So if I try to enter in something and get it correct, it seems to change a song. So if I do S, changes. E, oh. E, yeah. Interesting. Something's happening on input, which is good news. We have certainly figured that out. So something's happening on when I get input, and we take in input in our spell screen. So spell screen, that is where all the input managing happens. So in our spell screen, this guy here is responsible for taking in input and everything. So let's see, on change spell, new spell. Ooh, interesting. I'm thinking that's why. Change, no, never mind. Spell equals new spell. Okay, update spell screen. Every time we enter in, so something's happening here. It seems to be on a first entry utility casting entered. Ooh, maybe that's why. Whenever casting is entered at first try, but it's never just our first try. Score, change verse. This is what happens when all of this happens every time we press a button into it. If casting entered is emitted, and if we go back into our scorekeeper, what's it? Scorekeeper, scorekeeper. On casting entered, this is when we stop the background music. That makes sense. And this is when we set the spells, we set everything up to start. But for some reason, every time we press the button, it changes. Let's see. We go back into our spell screen. So back into, where are we at in spell screen? Here, this guy here. On user type. Let's go ahead and print typing. We've got to track this down now. Oh boy, let's see. We can go back and enable this guy. I am gonna miss this silly little walk. But it's time for the change. The revolution. Alright, so sweet. And then cake, generate. Changing song. So every time I enter in something here to change, S, typing, changing song. Oh, changing song. Okay. Taking notes. Taking all of the information in, consuming it, gathering it, ruminating on it, and something to do with changing song. And I think to figure that out, we can just search for whenever change song happens. If we go back into our rhythm manager here, this change song here. Let's go ahead, change song, play random song. Change song happens here. Utility.change song. Go ahead and do F, or Control Shift F, and it should find every time we use change song in Godot. So in our main menu, we use it. In our rhythm manager, and in our spell select screen. So here, this is commented out. Here, whenever we choose the song chooser, select is repeat. Okay, but song chooser isn't selected. All of this doesn't make sense since this is disabled. And then here as well, in our menu, change songs should only happen. Yeah, okay. The utility.change song. Interesting. As somewhere, some way, this is getting affected, but that's what I'm not too sure about. It seems to be the, if we go back to utility, utility, change song should be start song, change tempo, enable tempo, missed, scored, change song. Let's try this. Refresh. Okay. Change song, Control Shift F again. Let's close it. Do this, Control Shift F. Or Control Shift F. Fine. Okay. Let's see. In our rhythm manager, we connect change song. We connect change song with the functions. We also do change song here and play random song. We also change song here and stopping the song. We also do stop BPM, change song. BPM should only stop when spellcasting is finished. And that's what I'm wondering about. Oh, let's Godot decides to freeze, in which case, water break time. What an interesting bug. Play random song should only happen once. Only click generate. I'm not sure why it's happening again, but we can always test and see. Somewhere along the line, whenever we press the button and enter in something, it's deciding, yep, now we change the song. And that shouldn't happen. And I want to check as well on the main menu to see if it's working. Since Godot decides it doesn't want to work, let's just try to close it and give it a second. Okay, you can close Godot. If not, I'm gonna have to go for desperate measures. Oh, okay, wants to act right. So I'll go ahead and take the chance to save. And now we close. Now we open. Open, close. Go ahead and edit. Now let's see. Something's not working with us in music and audio. So if I go ahead and do in our rhythm manager where we at on music finish, on mute, change color, start and stop BGM, play metronome, change song, utility.current song. Stop BGM only happens where? Only happens here and here. It should be in the whole file though. Let's see, Control Shift, stop BGM, here. fine in fine. So it gets emitted when we... Oh, no, that's right. When casting starts, we stop the BGM. But I guess maybe we don't need to stop it as it's already getting changed. We can try that change. And then on casting finish, we start the BGM. That also works. Let's go ahead and move this here just in case. Oops. So without the cafe setting, if we just start the main menu and go ahead and do hide song chooser as well, in our main menu, when we click play, what currently happens right now, we get the random spell. Let's go ahead and also add that from our cafe where we do our generate. We go back into our spell select menu, grab you. We should just be able to do a random song. Utility.randomizespellsong.emit. And then back in our main menu, utility.randomizespellsong.emit. All right, let's test the main menu. If the main menu works, then something to do with the cafe. All right, testing, here we come. So it should change to a new song. It does not change to a new song. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Let's go ahead and hide you, enable you, pull you back down. Utility.randomizespellsong.emit. This is spell song. And then in our rhythm manager, this guy here, do randomize spell song. This should play. Do randomize spell song. Change songs to new song. Where's our random song? Play random song, change song, spell songs. Let's mark this function and then try the main menu again. Always just a bunch of testing. So let's see. When I click play, nothing happens. Interesting. Okay, back in our main menu, when we click play, on play pressed, we should hit here. Let's try again, main menu, play. All right, utility, randomize spell song. We enter in, step into, and then it play metronome equals true. Song should be changed. Spell song should be pick random. What song did we change for new song? 105. 105 is where are we at? Spooky. So the song should change to spooky. In our here, current song equals new song. Okay. We go ahead and do step into music player.stop. Music player.stream equals new song out of the song dictionary. New song is 105. The song, new song, current song. Current song, we don't play the new song. I see. Okay. Change song, then play song is what we need to do. I think. At least for starters. So for example, on change song, if utility.bot enabled, on music finished, there we go. Okay, change song. Let's try that now for our main menu. So if I click play, let me disable that. Now I click play. Song should be changed now as it's changing. Ooh, interesting. Okay. So on change song, our song is getting changed. We go back into the rhythm manager. Yep. Seconds per beat, utility.current song, and then music player.play. Music player.stream, music player.play. And that doesn't update anything at all. So play, changing song. Okay. Print, changing song. And we take our current song, or we take our dictionary, and we go song to string, current song. And then we do plus, and then we take some arrows like this, oops, like this, as we're taking our current song and we're changing it to new song. And our new song will be here, new song, like this, new song. Now we should get some answers. All right, click play, slowly losing sanity. Indeed, this is how it always goes. What do you mean? Programming in a nutshell. And if you're not making progress super fast, you are testing. So it goes from spooky to cafe. Then when we click play, it should go from cafe to something else. But it does not. Changing song, cafe to battle and graveyard, and then it changes again. Okay. It changes, and then it changes again. For some reason, it likes to change it. Oh, you know what? I think I know why. What we need to do is hide this. Here in our start BGM, we don't need it to be start BGM. Or at least in that sense, because every time the scene loads, that's what happens. So what we need to do instead is play metronome, Our current song needs to be, we can go back into our rhythm manager, here into the scene, rhythm manager, inspector, current song should always start cafe. Okay, go from cafe to battle, it should go from cafe to that, but then, current song should always be changed is the issue. So if we go, click play again in our, oops, this is random manager, main menu. What are we getting in terms of code now? Let's see. I click play. So cafe to cafe, cafe to peril, cafe to cafe. Isn't that lovely? Okay. At least we're getting answers now. Slowly. Surely. Okay. So play metronome, cafe to cafe, then change the song from cafe to peril. When we start the BGM, that always happens when the main menu is opened, but this is the rhythm manager. Yeah. Okay. So instead, we won't do that. We won't start BGM. Instead, what we'll do is change song, new song, and where are we at? Start BGM. I did it earlier with the current song. Here we go. What we need to do is do this. There we go. And then, it seems things were going a little too well before, but it would not be fun without a bit of bug fixing. That is the special ingredient to good times, is it not? It is not! But yeah, everything went smooth until it didn't. And now I pay the price. And getting hung up on something I didn't even think would be a problem. What the pain, the agony. So change song, and then print changing song, new song, current song, and then here we can have the metronome do everything, and if current song, and we can do this as well. Back here on that check we have, where are we at? If current song, song cafe. There we go. And then here, utility.current song equals that. Current song, we also changed the utilities current song. If not current song equals song.cafe, and do that. Else, and really what we can just do is not do if not, we'll just do if true, else. And let's see, give it a second, it's freezing, so water break time. Overall though, I'm really happy with how things are going. I can, what can I do? Oh, never mind. Like for example, because of how I have the cafe and the rhythm game separate at the moment, I could upload the current tempo change before I do the prototype overall change, since that is just a modification of main menu. Triple I might do that, just like a quick hot fix to give people a chance to try the tempo change, as adding the daytime and all of that stuff, which we'll have to get around to doing tomorrow. Gonna take a bit. Might as well see if I can get up a temporary tweak to people who are playing the game currently. That sounds fun, but gotta make sure this main menu thing's working first. Let's see. If not current song equals song cafe, but we can really do if true, play metronome equals false. Else, play metronome equals true whenever we change the song. That works. And then we can go ahead and do change song. We don't have to worry about any of the stopping and starting, as we will always change the song. Well, that's good. All that can be changed. That'll get handled here. And yep, current song equals new song. Okay. Main menu, here we go again. Oh, never mind. Current song, it changes from cafe to spooky. Interesting, interesting. I wonder why it changes to spooky. As when the game starts up, we change the song to current song. Who doesn't enjoy a Friday afternoon of bug fixing and water drinking? Don't forget my coffee. That is my favorite way of spending time, especially when it's not me the one fixing bugs. Oh, you just enjoy my suffering then. That's what you're saying. That's what you're admitting to. Pain. How dare you? Take amusement out of my suffering. Oh, utility.current song. If we go back into utility. Hold on. Current song. Utility, current song, cafe. Did I fix it? Did I do it? Hold on. Cafe. Okay. And then open up. Hold on. O-S-E-B-L-A-H. Blah. That is funny. When we go to the main menu, it should change back to normal. It does not. So on main menu, well, that's just a transition thing in itself. But on main menu, and that would be something. Oh, it's dying. Well, it's nice. I mean, it's what a buff. It is, isn't it? It's lovely. I do like these songs. I feel like they add to that intensity of typing. It's very fun. Go back to prototype, open it up since Godot's decided, you know what? Change it. But yeah, that's one of my favorites. I think it's Battle in the Graveyard. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's also by Bert Cole. His music's just so good. Let's see. Okay. If we go back into the cafe now, let's see if it changed at all. I'll go ahead and hide this. Show this. Okay. Regular music. So good so far. Now, if it starts acting up, it's not a problem with our spell. It's a problem with something to do with cafe and game itself. So let's see. We do sweet, cake. Generate. Changes. S-O-S-E-B-L-A-H-H-B-L-A, comma, S-K, comma, F-R-O-B-L-A-H, comma, T-B-O-E-H. Exclamation. And it changes back. Ah, lovely. Okay, we're working on it. Also, did you notice the cake changes I made? Now it's a very sweet looking cake compared to if I'll show you. If I did a bitter cake. So this is sweet cake. But if I do bitter cake and cake, let's see. T-H-E-S-A-B, comma, N-O, comma, N-O-W. Different cake. Isn't that cool? Blah. Exactly. And it's now purple because it's bitter. Got a little bit of variation now, which is cool, I think. It took me a whole afternoon to figure out how to do it, but I did it. But I'm glad the music's dynamically changing. That's good. And let's see if we can get another one. Yeah, cake. I just took the cake we did from the pixel art study and just retextured it for now. I want to see if we can get another song. So sweet bitter cake. Okay, that's good. If I click generate again, does it generate again? Isn't that neat? Oh, now we have nom. Reminds me of the heavy nom when eating the sandwich. But this is nice. And then when the song ends, then we need a way to stop spellcasting. And I think we'll be good after that. So for example, when we click generate, it should lock us in here. And when we ungenerate, so there should be a way to start spell, stop spell. As when you're spellcasting, you shouldn't be able to do anything else unless you stop spell. That's next on the plate, adding a mode between stopping and starting. The good news is the transitioning is working. That's good. Let's go back into our rhythm manager here. And now everything seems to be playing with each other. That's good. I can go ahead and grab you. I'll copy you out for now in case I need you again. Okay. And now what needs to happen is If I open up concepts, we go back into here. We have our general music, we have our spellcasting music. All of that is working wonderfully together. That's good. Next up, we need a way to lock the player in when they're spellcasting versus walking around. So we need two different modes. We need a mode for roam, or yeah, let's just say roam. There's two different modes, so roaming mode, roaming mode, and we also need a casting mode, so spell casting. ELLCASTING. And when we're spell casting, we can't move. When we're roaming, we can move, and it needs to start and stop the game. The roaming would stop and spellcasting would start. START. And roaming would be stop. POP. As I definitely would like a way to, if you need to check or if you need to get out of a spell, you can, but you'd have to redo the spell. But there shouldn't be a Hold on now, I'm thinking. Imagine someone has missed, for example, maybe they get because in the game there's 4 verses to get correct. If they get on verse 3 and they mess up, they just leave the spell, get no penalty. I don't like that. I think once you are in spell casting mode, you can't stop it. You have to finish the spell casting. It might be a little harsh. However, if we don't do it that way, then someone can not get punished for doing it wrong. But I don't know, what do you think? As imagine you're doing all of that writing, you get it correct, or for example, maybe even in the first verse, you get it right, you get it wrong. All right, restart, quick restart. Instead of forcing the player to either just spam through the rest of the verses. But I don't know. I think it would come down to definitely feel and how well it is. Especially if, imagine, you go well, and I think the punishment itself is time. So maybe we shouldn't have to punish the player, as if you get well the first few verses, imagine, and then the very last part of the verse, you get wrong, before you do that last one, you just exit it, and the spell doesn't happen. But I think, at least for now, it's okay because you have to finish the spell in order to get the food, and you have to finish the spell properly. So maybe it will be okay to have a start and stop button. And I think we can borrow from what I have currently in my options menu. I'll go back into Godot, and while I'm in here, let me go ahead and do BGM to spellcasting tweaks or transition. There we go. And let me go ahead and save it on Git and commit. And we are all good to go. Great. Gotta have those changes. Okay. But in my game, at least, I have an options menu currently. It took me forever to figure out. But I have an options menu. It's this guy here. The option menu, if it freezes, and I freeze. Oh boy, we're all freezing. Godot freezes. So I'll give it a second to see if it wants to fix itself. Bum, bum, bum. And that's another thing as well. We need to have a pause and play or an options menu in the game. That's something we can also do as well for that pause. Okay. In the options menu though, you have the ability to change the background bounce. You have the ability to change the audio. You also have the ability to change, well, yeah, audio. And this changes overall. This changes music, sound effect, metronome. All of those things can be changed. What we can do is if we go back into the rhythm manager really quickly, in our transition player belongs in, I'd say, sound effects. And I would say our music player goes in music. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to change that so it's aligned with everything in terms of overall sound. In our game menu, game screen, this guy here, we have an options menu. And that is this guy here. Oops. Unless it does not want me to show you said options menu. It's there though, just gotta believe me. Reopen it. Godot, thank you very much. And I'll grab some water while we're waiting. Great. It is definitely fun to program on a Friday afternoon. That's what I call fun. It's fun. I love just relaxing and just working on a game. I thought I wouldn't program Monday since Monday is my rest day, but nope. I had fun. Lots of fun just messing around with the visuals and figuring out the cake stuff. This guy right here, though, is our options menu. We could just grab him and see about it. So show other, that's what this is, and show other, if we go into other, if we go into options menu here, other is this guy. This is other. So we have retry and main menu. We can mess around with this and move that options menu into the game. And another thing in my options menu is that I have different modes. So for example, we have in-game, paused, and we can change depending on these states. We can have different things happen. And I'm thinking we can tweak this to be actually in-game, in the game instead of in the mini-game. And that way, if we're in casting mode, we can't move. If we're out of casting mode, we can move. I think that will work. We can just tweak whatever we have here. And you think forcing the player to finish the casting is bad? You mean you aren't already wasting the customer time as punishment? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's okay to let them break out of the spell anytime they want. As yeah, the punishment itself is time management. If you aren't managing your time wisely, you're bad to go. And if you decide you don't want to do a perfect food and just want to do okay, or even poor, that's okay as well. I think giving the player a choice is better than limiting the player, as if they definitely start off really poorly, they can stop the spell casting, start the spell casting. And I think it definitely adds a change. Instead of holding you down and locking you down with locks is a far better feeling. So I do agree, yeah. I think we shouldn't lock them. I think there should be a start and stop. So in saying all of that, what we can do is bring that options menu into the cafe. And that would be here, options menu. And we would just have to add it. Ghost, we have spellcasting. Yep. I think that'll be nice. So we'll see. I grabbed the options menu, and this should be on the player screen. And we can go ahead and hide the options menu. And how the option menu works is, back in our cafe, we can just have a way to press escape to change options. And let's make sure this is working. If we go back into the main menu, for example, if we press escape, you can see, where is it at? Nope. On Discord, on get on index, there should be a way to do on escape. And it should show or not show. Ah, there we go. On option menu pressed. And is that in minigame? No, that's the button itself. Never mind then. Okay, bounce, ready. I guess not. Ready, bounce, on test pressed. Good. Okay, never mind then. On YouTube, Discord. Okay, let's see. Rhythm manager. We go back into options. And in our options menu, I think this could work. What we need right now as well is the bounce. Bounce. Where are we at? As if it's a background bounce label of these stuff, background bounce. If bounce. Funk bounce. If is bigger else bounce. And all of this stuff. Oh no, this is main menu. We're looking for options menu. That's why I got confused. Okay. So grab focus, all those things. So if I click play, what happens? Does it break? No, okay, nice. Great. And escape opens and closes, which is great. And I think if I click this, it'll break it. No, good. It doesn't change anything, which is great. It doesn't break it. That's what we want. And the hope in the audio, as this was one of the things I wanted to make sure I had for testing, as sometimes people think some things are too loud, but master should change all the audio. That works. And maybe you want the music a little bit lower. Maybe you want the sound effect a little bit higher, metronome a little bit lower. And that's nice. So all of this is working. That's great. That is one of the things we needed to do. We also need a main menu button. That's all good to go. Aside from that, we should be good to go. Okay. Let's go ahead and add that main menu button. We'll go ahead and... Well, this doesn't even matter, like I said, which is lovely. Oh, okay. That's weird. I had to click it twice. See? Oh, hold on. Options. I guess I have two option menus, maybe? I don't know. Oh, unless Godot closes. It doesn't want me to find out. I see, it's games. Okay, prototype, edit, maybe I do have an options menu already in there and I just don't remember. Maybe it's in there from a really long time ago. We can check. That's as easy as going back into the cafe, deleting this options menu, clicking play, and then seeing if pressing escape does bring up options menu. And it does, yeah. We have options menu already enabled. We just need to add on main menu. Nice and simple. Let's go ahead and do game capture. And we can just go ahead and have options menu. This guy here. We have retry and a main menu. And instead of that, we want to say retry visible or main menu visible. On here in our show other, what we really need is a show retry and show main menu. Main menu. And these are just buttons. And then I mean, right now we don't need retry, do we? Or at least, yeah, we don't need retry. So I'll just take retry out. And now when we run cafe, we should get main menu. And, oops, it's not enabled. Hold on, we have to find the options menu. There we go, I found it. But where is it? We have an options menu. Oh, never mind. Options. Options menu is underneath my spell casting panel, apparently. Interesting. As well as Godot crashing. You know, everything is always interesting. I'll go ahead and hide that. Reopen Godot. And slowly, surely, this is good news though. We're reaching the point at which testing can occur and polishing can be done and everything can become nice and shiny. Here it's saying in the spellcasting panel, oh, I found it. Let's take options menu out of there and add it to our actual overall here. So you get out, you need to leave. Oh, I guess it is in spellcasting panel. Oh, okay, interesting. I guess it keeps in there, that's fine. In this option menu though, we need to have show other to true. And then we click play. And now, if everything is fingers crossed set up correctly, if I click escape, main menu, brings us back to main menu. And then we click play, it should bring us into the cafe. So I can go ahead and add that quickly. It shouldn't be too hard. All I have to do for that is go into main menu. And if we go back into our main menu scene, up here for our, oh, main menu, there we go. Up here for our game screen is now our cafe. So we grab our cafe scene like this. Grab this little guy here, cafe. And now when we click play, hold on, I can click escape, main menu, brings us back to the main menu, and I click play, brings us into the game. So now this needs to be modified so it's not changing and updating. Okay, so we can go ahead and do reopen. Okay, and I think as well it'd be nice, instead of having a game mode, let's have it a little bit different so that we can have an option for the person to test either the spell casting or the cafe. I think would be fun, so it has some variety. We can go ahead and say and yeah, options menu definitely is going to have to be tweaked, and that is a-okay. Give it a second to reopen. So water break time. Bum bum bum. Huh. It opened and it immediately decided I'm not going to work. Oh, there we go. Wonderful. Okay. So back in our options menu, here, we have extend canvas layer. And I'm wondering, is my options is options a singleton? Let's see. Or global rather. Utility, it is not. Okay. So instead, what we're checking for is utility.gameState. Makes sense. We can go back into utility then. Utility GD. Okay. And game state. We have paused, in-game, and menu. That's got to be changed. Paused makes sense. That's if the game is paused. We have in-game, and I think that's more so spellcasting. We also have not in-game, but in-game. But the issue is this in-game right now is not working, or it needs to be spellcasting. And if we go back into our options menu, instead of in-game, it needs to be spellcasting, replace all. And then we also need to check for any other places it might have been set. So we can go ahead and go Control-Shift-F, find. All right, and instead of in-game, it needs to all be spellcasting. So utility.gameState equals in-game, utility.state equals spellcasting, utility.UI-cancel. There we go. Okay, so that's all been changed to spellcasting. Now if we go back to utility, close this guy, we have in-game. So spellcasting is only active when, well, it's active when casting spells. That makes sense. Pause is when the whole game is paused. Then in-game is when you're in the cafe and in the game itself. And then in menu is when you're on the main menu. And I think that works. And that way, if we're spellcasting, then we can't move until we decide, I don't want to spellcast anymore. That makes sense. Okay. I think that works. Now what we need to do, current game state. Yeah, node, options menu. This is utility. Okay. Current game state in menu. Yep, that makes sense. And then we can go ahead and do in-game spellcasting, all of those things. So if we go back into cafe, we can go ahead and say on cafe opening, on ready, utility dot game state, current game state equals game, utility dot game state, and this utility dot game state dot in menu, but it's not in menu, it's now in game, as this is the cafe game. That makes sense. And then what we can do is change the game state as well when we're casting. So if we go back to our, what is it? In our scorekeeper, scene, well, not in our scorekeeper, in our spell select screen, and our spell here, spell select menu, when we, or no, spell screen. Is it? Let's see. So on, here we go. On change spell, and have to go good luck with fighting Godot's freeze cold winter spirit. Thank you for coming, Zach, as always. It's lovely to have you. Let's see. Utility.current game state equals spellcasting. As we are spellcasting when the spell is changed. And then when we exit spellcasting, so this is utility.casting finished emit. We can go ahead and do this. Current game state is now in-game. That makes sense. So when we win, game state now turns to in-game. We can also end the game early, and we also need to figure out how to a way to do that. Let's see. That means what we need to do is have a way to say, all right, when the game, or at least when I click play so you can see what I mean. When I'm moving around here, before anything happens, this is what it says. Choose a spell. Choose a spell now. And we want to set that to happen when we're not in game, or not spellcasting. So when not spellcasting, set it to say this. Let's start there. Anytime spellcasting doesn't happen, set it to look like that. I can go ahead and do this. And then what we can say is, as this is flavor A, B, C, and D, use a spell now. Let's see. Funk. Let's just have a funk called set to default, I think. So funk set screen to default. For now, it can be void, and it can be very straightforward, void. And then we have up here these label flavor mix results. Grab all of these guys, and I believe, what was it, Alt I had to press? So if I click this, like that, oh, well, like this, and do that, no, hold on, like this, oops, this, and this, I can backspace. Isn't that neat? And there we go. Label flavor, and then get rid of this, and it needs to be .text equals. .text equal is what we need it to be. Go ahead and grab all these guys. Like so. And then we can go ahead and set these to what they are. Label.now is that result. So it's now. We have mix. And go ahead and do this. Like that. Flavor B. Do this. And we can go ahead and do this. Like that. So instead of having a... Oh, what are you angry about? Oh, I forgot. Indent. There we go. So now instead of having that windscreen, what we can instead do is utility, as this makes the color green for the wind state. And that is utility game state and name. Okay. What happens when we click play and everything and go through a spell? We open up the game again. Go back over here to the game. We go back to sweet, bitter, and then cake. Generate A-G-E-N-N-E, comma, T-H-E-F-L-A-N-A, comma, H-A-R-S-H, comma, B-I-T-K-E-D, comma, B-R-Y-N-C, exclamation. And when it's exclamation, the windscreen doesn't play, which is good. So I can go ahead and close this. Don't work with me, never mind. I tried to get it to help before, but nope. It decides, nope, nothing happened, unfortunately. Which is a-okay. So go back to edit. Go back to edit, change, reopen, freeze, reopen, freeze. I'm running out of water. And now I'm out of coffee. Okay. So instead of the windscreen here, we can comment this out. Okay. And do this. So now when the screen is finished, it goes back to reset, which just means if I go back in game, I go here. Your favorite thing to do is pressing Alt, up, or down arrow, moving the line of code. Hold on, I will try that. That sounds like fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. So cake. All right. So THASPRINKLEHARSHFROM exclamation. All right. When I pick up this cake and put it in the trash, we should get choose a spell now for the state of the screen. So I go here, choose a spell now. And this also needs to be cleared. Aside from that, that works. So it's reset. Okay. Go ahead and hide it. And we need to reset, or at least clear. How do we clear? Every time we go to a new line or new verse. Windscreen. Nope. Retainer, center. Get previous text. Nope. In our user input, where are we doing? If event action is UI cancelled. And utility release focus. And it also needs to be exit spellcasting. So this is where the spellcasting gets exited. And that would be where we stop the game mode and reset everything. And everything would just be reset. And that'll be the next thing we have to focus on. Making sure you can enter and exit spellcasting. And I'll write that down since Godot's having a few issues. Let's go ahead and get some ideas down for what needs to be done still. Okay. Well, I'll go back up here, and I think this is where I have it at. Yep. Rewards, we still need to have, but that doesn't need to necessarily be a thing quite yet. That'll be like extra once the other things are said. And let me move this down here. There we go. Level timer for spawning. We also don't have that down. Another thing we will need to add as well, and I'll put that guy over here, and I'll do a big dot since it is one of the big ones. We need to have a way to exit and enter spellcasting. Exit. XIT/enter ENTER spellcasting SPLLCASTING. Exit and enter spellcasting. That is also on the to-do list. This is like the things that need to be done before the prototype is done. As rewards will happen from the customers leaving rewards, but that's more of just like having a point system, or just like 1 point serve for ghosts, 1 point served for customer, that sort of thing. Level timer for spawning, that'll be like a day timer sort of thing where every level is 5 minutes. And during that 5 minutes, we have to manage spawning, despawning customers, spawning, despawning ghosts. That shouldn't be, quote unquote, too tricky. Knock on wood. Tutorial will be important for releasing a more polished version of the prototype if you don't know what's going on. And exiting and entering spellcasting so that things can happen. This is also, and let me write this as well, this is also to do with just overall menu options. Menu, and options. O-P-I-O-N-S. Options. That's important. So right now we're focusing on this guy. These guys have to be completed as well, but they're more so mini things. For example, tutorial's nice, not required, but I'd like to have the prototype available for people if they haven't played to show how to play. Right now, we're working on making sure exiting and entering is working. All right, Godot, have you had enough time to gather yourself? So Alt, up or down? Alt. Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing. Alt, up or down? Oh, man. What beautiful, beautiful thing. Okay, so on to do utility, user type, save, emit. We need to clear it. So release focus. If text is empty, return. The text needs to be, the input thing needs to be cleared. I can't remember how you clear it. Get current character on text changed. Do return text -1. Okay. So text needs to be cleared for our spellcaster and our user input. We go back to spell screen when it is set screen to default. And in set screen to default, we also change the text is empty of our user input. User input dot text. And then we go ahead and set it to blank. Dot. Wish there was a clear. That'd be nice. Equals this. As it is cleared, which is lovely. Okay. Next up, we need to have a way to say, right now I am in spellcasting mode, right now I am in typing mode. And to do that, let's see. Right now we start off in typing mode, right? And how can we test to see what modes get changed and updated? We could always do the classic, just print. I'm a fan of that one. And what we can do then is do some testing. So utility, game state, bar current state, const, game state to string. Oh, it's const. Game state to string. And go ahead and make it a dictionary equal to, and then go ahead and do game state dot paused. Oops. PAUSED. And then we do to string. I can go ahead and do this. And I think I can just do this, right? And do game. Oh, this is cool. Dot. Isn't that neat? Okay. Like that. In game, like that. And then what we have is paused. We do comma. We go down. We do. Oops. Spellcasting. Do comma. Oops. We go up. Too many buttons that are getting changed at the moment. In game will be in game. And then in menu will be in menu. And then in our cafe, we can have it print whatever one is. And a bit of an unrelated question, do you code things other than games? I have not had the chance to. I've been messing around with making a program in Godot, but aside from that, nope. I haven't coded things other than games. Unless you count games that are programming related. Other than that, like something like The Farmer Was Replaced is a fun programming game. Aside from that, nope. I have not had the luxury of doing like a website or something. Alright, so go ahead and do this. And then game state to string, back in our cafe, under process for now at least. And current unlocked, just get rid of this. And we can go ahead and do underscore process. and then go ahead and say utility dot game state to string, and then do utility dot current game state, and then go ahead and have this do print. That way we can tell what current game state is. Oops. Func underscore process. There we go. Now this is going to spam, but it's okay. We can deal with the spam. This is just in the cafe to tell us what's going on in terms of game state. When we're in cafe, we want it to be regular. And then when we're in the spellcasting, we need it to be spellcasting. Once we're out of spellcasting, then it needs to turn back to regular. Let's see. I click play, it should spam in-game. Good. And then if I go into spellcasting, and I'll go ahead and add this as well up here and here, if it lets me do the correct screen. Okay. Right now it's in-game. If we go over here at spamming, we go ahead and do sweet, cake, generate, spellcasting. Good. And then if we click exit, we need it to be out. But you also need it to lock in. But if I do this, yeah, okay. So once we click generate, we need it to lock onto here with this. As right now you can see I can click out of and in. That's next up. So once we click generate, it needs to lock into the game. Unless, you know, Godot does the Godot thing, but that's okay. We do it anyway. We defy the Godot odds. And go ahead and go into edit. And now we need it to lock onto the screen to type, unless you press escape. If you press escape, it stops the spellcasting. Go ahead, and when we click generate here, and that would be in our cafe. Let's see, spell screen. Oh no, spell select menu here. On generate, which is this signal here. Where are we at? On generate, we go ahead and change spell, and this starts the spell. So we need to go into our spell screen, which is this guy here. And in our spell screen, we need to go ahead and on change spell, tell it to look at me now, where we are locking the focusing on our, what is it? We're focusing on our, I forget what it's called, but it needs to be locked. If we go into user input, you can see here, release focus. We also need to get focus. Grab focus is what we need to do. On spell screen, it would be here on change spell. We can go ahead and do grab focus. Oh, hold on. There we go. Grab focus, and this would be user underscore input dot grab focus. And on process, if we are currently in focus or in that current spellcasting mode, we need to grab focus. Otherwise, we don't need to grab focus. And okay, I think this works. If anything, we can also do in process. We don't have a process here, and I don't want to do too many process things, as it gets very painful very quickly, doesn't it? But I'm thinking here, at least, it can say when we're in spellcasting, grab focus. When we're not in spellcasting, remove focus. But it really only needs to do it once, and that's why I'm thinking. But if the player is constantly exiting out or clicking out, as you need to press escape to undo or get out of, and Godot's frozen. I'll give it a second, but if all else fails, oh, we're good. Nice. Okay. So for now, let's see if this works. Func underscore process. If, and we also need to underscore that delta. If utility dot current game state equal spellcasting, or utility dot game state dot spellcasting, then user input grab focus. Else user input dot release focus. Release focus. RELEASE. Release focus. And then we'll see if that works. As well, on our user input here, on event or input event UI canceled, and we're in spellcasting, we change, oh, there we go, utility dot current state. This is also wrong. it needs to be and utility dot current state equal spell casting. The game state equal like that here, and then it'll release it on its own in spell screen. We're just setting it back to regular. If you press exit while you're in this line edit mode, and let's see, utility.current.gamestate, utility.gamestate.casting, there we go. Then we set utility.current.gamestate equal to in-game. Do game state equal to in-game. Like that. And that should hopefully release the focus, we can see. Reopen that for a second so the music isn't overlapping. Alright, let's go. And I'm also seeing a debug down there. Gotta figure that out. But we're good to go. And now we can go ahead and do sweet, and we can go ahead and say cake, generate. It immediately grabs our focus, so I should just be able to type. And anytime I type out of it, or click out of it, it should still type. But if I click escape, it should let me... No, it doesn't. Pressing escape should get me out. That is not working. It's still spellcasting. That's good to know. Okay. So what are you saying we're having issue with here? Standalone expression. Oh, that would help, wouldn't it? Let's see now. See if that works. It's always the little things that can mess you up very quickly, isn't it? Let's go back over here. All right, the sweet cake, generate. It should lock us in, but if I press escape, we're now in game again, which is good. And once we're in game, we end the spell casting. And this needs to be emitted for some sort of way to say, hey, I don't want to spell cast anymore, is what it should say. Go back to prototype, click on edit, all of those things. And overall, it's slowly, surely. It is always the case, isn't it? So once it is, we go back to regular. We go ahead and also do utility.emit. And it should be something like cancel spell casting dot emit. Like that. And then we go back into our utility. Like this. And in our here signal. And it will be cancel spell casting. I think that's what I said, right? Double check as well. Yeah, cancel spell casting. Cancel spell casting. P-I-N-G. Like that. So what happens when spell casting is canceled? A few things. We start off with saying, if we go, in our score screen, right? So, let's see, our scorekeeper, this guy here. Scorekeeper would need to stop. On casting entered, on casting finished. All of this won't happen. Instead, what happens is, we do utility dot cancel spellcasting dot connect, and it'll be cancel spell casting, as there is one where it ends and one where it cancels. So we can go ahead and do cancel spellcasting here, and it's a little bit different. If we go back to on spellcasting finished, we can go ahead and do on, and it looks a little bit different. We could always change it as well, depending on if it could stay the same, but it does a few things, as we don't get a game over, right? That's one of the things. We go back to it being in menu, and I guess scorekeeper should do that, shouldn't it? Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and put it in scorekeeper then, instead of in that utility or in the options. I do like to try to keep things together, and if I go looking to see where the utility current game state gets changed, probably better to have it in the scorekeeper. Let's go ahead back into our spell screen, back into this user input. Cancel spellcasting gets emitted, like that, and that changes it. Back in our rhythm manager, not rhythm manager, our scorekeeper, this guy here, instead of current game state back in menu, it goes back to this. As well as on casting finish, it would be in game. So this stays the same. What else changes? Or does anything change? We don't pause tracking. We just reset like this. And then we go ahead and do at the background like that. And we also, what do? We also as well set the, what is it? The parent. So back in here, for example, in our user input here, casting spell emit, I think we can do, as I'd like to be able to take that user input and say, hey, parent, look what I need. I'll go ahead and say at export spell screen, just so I can do it in here. It's a little bit easier than doing it back in spell screen and sending everything everywhere. Probably not the best way to do it, but it's okay. Spell screen. I think that's what it is, right? Unexpecting identifier. Well, what do you call yourself, spell screen? You are a spell screen. That should work. And user input. Why are you angry? Export var. There we go. Yep. And now we have a spell screen, which is the parent. And then down here, spell screen dot, and we need to reset, or what did we call it? We made a new function just recently, and we called it change spell. Nope. Windscreen. Nope. Set screen to default. There we go. That's the one we need. And since it's being called outside, we need to change this to be called outside. So set screen to default. You should do this. And then we can go back into our user input and set screen to default. After we admit cancel, we set screen to default, and that should be good to go. It shouldn't penalize us, I think. Let's see. Let's test. So I can go back, oops, hide this for a second, show this, save it, let it load. Okay. So what do we got, game? We can go back into here. So I can go ahead and hopefully I should be able to just do sweet cake, generate. We're in spellcasting. I click escape. We're in game. I can click sweet cake again. Spellcasting, escape, out. Good. Generate. And then I can also, let's see, SOSEBLAH, Ablaye, A, SK, FROBLAH, TBLEH, exclamation. Now we're back in game. Good. I think that works. That is working as intended. We're able to enter and exit whenever we want, and we're also not able to move around, I think. So if I go ahead and do this, and then I go ahead and do sweet cake, yeah, I can't move, which is already nice. So yeah, we don't even have to pause the player from moving. They can't move, or they shouldn't be able to move. The arrow keys still allow you to move while you're doing this. So imagine, you're trying to type in everything and just, over here. So what's gonna be changed? As when we are in spellcasting, we shouldn't be able to take in user input, which should be easy enough. We just have to go into the player and test to see what game mode we're in, or current game state. And if we're in game, then we can move. Otherwise, we shouldn't be able to move. That's as quote unquote easy as just checking that variable, which is nice. And since it's utility, that means it's a global, which means we can do it anywhere. We don't have to send out a signal, we can just do a test. So for example, we can copy this guy, go into player, here, this player here, and then in our physics process, oh, if it lets us, Godot's angry. That's okay. I will take your sincerity, Godot. I've dealt with it long enough. I can deal with it some more. Especially since we're making so much progress. This is lovely. Well, it's so exciting to see. I really thought the tempo change would take 2 days, but it's not. Which means tomorrow we can just work on making it more approachable for people to play. Which means it can come out faster, which is great. Wonderful. Alright, so on this physics process, if utility.currentGameState, and we can go ahead and just do this, equals in game, then we can move. Otherwise, we can't move. And that takes care of all of this. So no moving can be done if we cannot do anything. And only if we're in-game can we do stuff. That takes care of that. So right now, it seems to be the case that we can move back and forth between each two. I will at some point also have controls for moving, so you can use WASD if you want to control. Otherwise, right now, it's just the arrow keys. So adding an options menu or controls menu is also on the to-do list, I would say. We can go back into concepts. Exit, enter spellcasting. Those are both good to go. I'll put a big old check mark now back there. Menu and options, I feel like it's a whole different bucket of worms. So I'll go ahead and just take you out. You're gonna need the big changes. So I'll make you a big guy. Also do this, as we'll need a controls menu. Controls, NTROLS, which shouldn't be too tricky. I have some old code from me attempting to make a control menu. I think I can just paste and copy. Fingers crossed. But we need a controls menu and options menu. That is something we also have to figure out. Otherwise, exiting and enter spellcasting is working now, which is wonderful. Oh, let's check it as well. If we're in the main menu, we're in the options menu. Let's go back into Godot. If I click play, we're in the current state of in-game. If I click escape, we should be in options. And we're not in options. Okay, let's change that. And if we're in main menu, we should also be in options. Oh, well, this is cafe, so it doesn't print. But when we're in cafe, in game, escape should be paused. We need to update that. Let's see. On options menu. Options menu, all of this stuff. And on, let's see. Where is it on our button press? And tomorrow I will work on the multiplayer, the cross-platform saves, adding the 4K textures and a bit of voice acting. 4K textures! Can you imagine 4K pixel art? That sounds terrifying. But multiplayer sounds fun. But also, multiplayer I've heard is very bad. Very bad, don't do. Especially if it's like your first or second game. The punk ready. If event is UI cancel, change state. Match current game state. So if game state is spellcasting, pause game. No, if it is in game. I think that works. So if we click play again, sounds doable. Lock-in mode. Oh, it sounds awful. But hi, Shard. Welcome to stream. I don't think I've read your name before. Alright, so we're in game, and because of the game state, I changed it too. If I click escape, paused, unpaused, paused, or in game, paused, spellcasting. Ooh, okay, hold on. We need to change that. Unless Godot says, nope, not changing today. 4K art, pixel art is just a picture. Basically. It reminds me of things like realistic SpongeBob. Some of those realistic SpongeBob pictures, they sound awful. Wholly, entirely awful. Alright, so if game state is paused, we go back to in-game. There we go. Lovely. That should work now. It is important to set realistic goals. Oh, it's 100% realistic. I don't know what you're talking about. No. Oh boy. Alright. We're back in here. I press escape, we are paused. Unescape, we are in game. Pause, in game. Pause, in game. Go to spellcasting. To spellcast, all you have to do is go over and click generate. I'll click generate. We go here, we click sweet, cake, generate. Spellcasting. Exit spellcasting, escape. In game. Escape, paused. We're good. It seems to be working. Is the main menu centered? Nope, it is not. A lot of things got changed because of the size. It used to be centered, if that helps at all. Right now it's paused. Yeah, that doesn't print right now, but main menu isn't centered. It used to be. At least this is centered a smidge. You can see some buttons got changed. But overall, things are working. I also like how the metronome works with really any game, which is well, not game, but song. And you click play. Oh, okay. That's the next thing we have to change for our main menu. If we go back into main menu, on play, we go to this signal here, or just click this really. On play pressed, not randomized spell song, we need to change song to rhythm manager.song.cafe. There we go. So now it should be changed. Let's see. Change song is not a function. Dot emit. There we go. Are you happy now? Okay. Which means now it should properly work for our audio, but no, you're not suited at all. The UI, the UI is a little wonky at them. Not a little, very wonky. It's here, it's just not centered. We go back to main menu, cafe music. When we click play, cafe music. Cafe music, cafe music. Good. That's working, all of those things are working. And I think we have our tempo change as well, right? I can just spawn a ghost in now and, oops. I can spawn a ghost in now and things can change. Isn't that cool? That's so cool. Slow. Because the ghost is here, it's changing things around. And now you have to type the set beat. Oh, that's so neat. And then just banish ghost and it goes back to normal. And it still works in-game and everything. When I change the song, let's see. Sweet, sweet. Oh, not sweet, sweet. Bitter, memory, memory. Let's see. You can go back here. Coco. Generate. Music starts off slow. B-O-O, comma. B-O-O, comma. B-O-O. O, comma. B-O-O. Exclamation. Poor. I don't feel like I did too bad, thank you very much. Try again. Let's see. Memory, Coco. Okay. B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O. Poor! Something seems to be wrong with the scoring system, I'm thinking. Hold on. As I'm just starting. B-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, exclamation. Something's wrong, I think. I think we found a bug. Finding new bugs, exactly. Can't add more to the game if you keep finding bugs. It's not giving me the right score, though. It's not resetting. Scaly shit, aww! That is not the case in the slightest. Get away from me, ghost. Shoo shoo. Okay. Let's see. B-O. B-O. Oh, let's just try. And generate should reset it again as well. And generate should clear it. Let's see. When I'm clicking... Oh, I have to click escape, right? Alright. So generate. B-O. B-O. O, comma, B, O, O, comma, B, O, 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 comma, B, O, O. Nice! Yeah, okay. Seems and it appears we'll have to figure that out. Because this is nice, but dynamically I think something's wrong with setting or resetting. As you should be able, even when you click generate here, it shouldn't track your points yet, and I'm dying. SOS, help the game. Nothing's being tracked as I haven't typed anything yet. Once I start typing, then it starts tracking. So I shouldn't have a pour yet. Let's see. B-O, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, exclamation. 4. I aimed, I think I only missed 1. Something's going on. Something's a little wonky there. But otherwise, and I also can now, thankfully, turn that down, which is nice, isn't it? You can barely hear it a little bit, which is great. But now, scale ratio. You wouldn't, if you get a chance to play, oh, and Godot crashed. Everything's breaking. Isn't it beautiful? Oh boy. Let's see. It's not giving me the right score. It seems to be working fine for my view. Psh, no! I have rhythm and tempo. Okay, not a lot of people can play their own games, but I can. I happen to be a pretty good rhythm player, thank you very much. But overall, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out why that's not acting correctly. Other than that, though, this is a good start. Let's see. Let me comment out the ready or the process. so that it's not dying from printing out every function update. And let's see. I'm gonna see if I can get that figured out on why the score isn't scoring correctly, as it's not a skill issue. I can assure you, I'm good. And rhythm games are pretty cool, they are, I agree. I'm excited to be making one. It's a little wonky because of how Godot works, but overall, it's working. I can at least say that, and I'm happy that is the case. With that, let's see. We go back in concepts and check really quickly. Okay, exit. All of this stuff can be done by me. But next up, I think what we'll do tomorrow is work on level timers for spawning. For example, we have the cafe has 5 minutes, and in 5 minutes you have to serve customers and customers get spawned and all of those things. We can work on that tomorrow. Customer or working on a day manager or a level manager, I think, will be tomorrow's goal. Level manager to work on how often ghosts spawn, how often customers spawn, things of that nature that we can tweak around. That way I don't have to keep clicking this button that says spawn or spawning ghosts myself. I can add some dynamic parts to it, and I'll see if I can get the score grading fixed. Aside from that, we just have to do the, if I go back up here, we need the tutorial done. Rewards, as I said before, can just be temporary for right now, just having a point scored for customer 1 or ghost 1, depending on how many you defeat. Other than that, we just need a menu, options, controls, figuring out the scorekeeper, and adding a tutorial, and then we're good to go, which is lovely. When saying all of that, let's see, what button is it? This one. I can never remember. I always try to attempt to remember, but I can never remember. To those that are curious in seeing me work on this game offline, I post a, what is it, like, it's like, it is a devlog, but it is a devlog on Discord where I just type my progress day to day, depending on what I'm doing for the game. So if you do want to join that, that is on my Discord. It also keeps you up to date on what I'm currently doing at the moment for the game. This is the place you'd go to see instant or immediate updates if I don't post it on YouTube or make a video about it. I'm constantly updating what I'm doing for my game. As for those curious to how, or my previous game or current game, this is the current prototype. I'll post that as well. And this is the rhythm part of the game that you can play. That is the demo version at the moment. And then hopefully, once we get all of these check marks done, we then move on to updating the website so that now it has the cafe version, but right now it is just the rhythm testing. And I'm so glad we got the tempo working. And then tomorrow we'll work on the day or level manager. Again, this is how you say it, level manager? We'll work on that though. We won't have to work on tempo change X2, which is lovely. But saying all of that, thank you for coming, thank you for joining, thank you for suffering through programming pain and Godot crashing. I hope to see you all tomorrow, and if you are interested in learning pixel art or just pixel art in general, Sunday I will be doing a stream where we'll try to draw some barn animals, and that should be fun. With all that said though, I'm gonna go now. Thank you for all coming, bye-bye liar, and see you all soon. Where's the button? I found the button.